I know.
For a baby.
Isn't that so great? You have one. You have one already, right?
The minivan?
A minivan, yes. Is this
No,
your first
this
one?
is my first
They
minivan.
are so nice. I mean,
I really love it. I really am enamored of the minivan. I
Yeah.
but when we had our second child, and then
tell
we
you.
had a third, and we're in a third child now. We gave in. I just love it.
yeah, well, just the whole thing where you don't have to like bend over to get the child in and out of the seat.
And they're
Oh.
far enough apart.
Yeah, well, there's that.
And then there's like, there's just you can fit so much in the back end.
Well, congratulations. It looks like a nice car. It's probably got all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, we didn't do the bells and whistles and then the TVs in it.
Oh, yeah.
The non-TVs version.
Right.
But we're the difference, the big difference for the TVs and
Oh, yeah. For that, you can just put something in the back of the
we have like the kids already have these little fire tablets they take to
Call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call?
Ms. Tafts? Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Perman?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance? Here. Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Croft?
Here.
Mr. Trainee?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
He just stepped out for a moment. He'll be right back.
Ms. Domboski?
Present.
Mr. Dyson?
Here.
Chair Dunbar, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Ms. Slusner, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. No, for the record, that was our clerk's daughter. We have been joined by Mr. Constant, again for the record. Notes, minutes of previous meetings. Could I have a motion to combine and move the the minutes of the previous meetings?
Move to approve the minutes of the previous meetings.
Can I have a second? Second. Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, that is approved. Time for the mayor's report. Mr. Falsey, is there a mayor's report?
The mayor is unable to join us tonight, but sends his regrets, and that is all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Falsey. Chair's report, I do not have one tonight. Oh, except to note that we have swapped on the recommendation of the municipal council and the municipal manager, we have swapped the projectors. So now hopefully this projector is a little bit clearer, and me and my colleagues can look at the fried egg on the screen.
Should have got LCD TV.
Okay. So we on committee reports. We'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, gosh. The Community and Economic Development Committee met last Thursday, and we talked about possible area restrictions for liquor and various other things. Thanks.
Yes. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There will be a Assembly Committee on Homelessness meeting tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall, 8th floor, Municipal Conference Room. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perman.
No reports from me.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Audit Committee met last Friday. We reviewed and discussed the take-home vehicle audit report. Several points of discussion. There are 48 take-home vehicles, and actually 46 are in use. Of those, 40 are used for emergency response purposes and are outfitted with tools, Wi-Fi, computers, etc. 6 of those vehicles are used by directors and executives. And actually, the vehicles were used more often than reported in the audit findings, and this was because of the way that they were coded. Because they're used for emergency purposes, these are call-outs and coded according to collective bargaining agreements to overtime and may not have been picked up in the report as being used. Also, tracking measures have been tightened up to prevent vehicles from being assigned without proper authorization, and an additional person in OMB has been assigned. OMB and payroll will be following up with departments to ensure that reports are turned in each month. And lastly, OMB will provide a follow-up report in the next month or so, identifying recommendations for policy changes. And the Audit Committee and I think the whole body will be receiving a copy of that report. Second, there was a Health Policy Committee meeting scheduled for Thursday that's going to be rescheduled. Perhaps not for the next week because the Alaska Municipal League has a conference in Denali, and we're shooting for the week after. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft.
No committee reports.
Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I met last week with Clarence Anthony, the head of the National League of Cities, and most of the people, directors from the various states. They were having a meeting in Girdwood. So I went down there and talked to them, welcomed them to Anchorage.
All right.
Good meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee is going to be having our monthly meeting on the fifth Wednesday this month, because I'm going to be at the AML conference in Denali on the fourth Wednesday. So we're going to be meeting on Wednesday the 29th at noon at the Election Center on 619 East Ship Creek Avenue. And we're going to be discussing the results from the West Anchorage special election, any issues that may have come up during that special election, and then we're also going to be continuing to discuss improvements to our vote-by-mail election system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. 2 items. The Utilities and Enterprise Committee will be meeting this Thursday at a different time than usual at 10 a.m. On the 8th floor with the intent of introducing a resolution to the committee responding to the resolution from Chugach Electric's board, kind of setting out a timeline for conducting the transaction that's coming up in October. And so that will be the primary matter of discussion. And then just as a matter of personal privilege to speak to yesterday. Yesterday was an interesting day, and some would think that I go chasing after trouble, but trouble finds a way of finding me. So approximately 300 feet from my home last night was the incident you all probably received a Nixle report about, a woman firing and then the SWAT team deploying. And so literally, like, I could throw a rock at this house if I was feeling really warmed up. And there were cops everywhere, and I had egress and ingress, so I left the neighborhood. I came back 5 hours later, it was still going on, and I pulled up in front of my neighbor's house, and I looked to my left, and there was the woman who was the subject of this action standing on her porch, like literally the other side of a building from me, at which point APD, I wish they were here now, in a most professional manner, just decided to end the incident and using all of the tools that they have, stopped it with as little harm as possible to the individual who was obviously going through a very tough day. And so I just, my thanks to APD for doing their job, and everyone to recognize that this town has some very challenging dynamics, and I tend to find them all. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add on to Mr. Whittleton's committee report for community and economic development. During the committee, we had a robust discussion about Arctic Valley ski area's liquor license. And through that, we had discussion about state law, how we believe the ABC board was interpreting it, and some of the different nuances. And through that discussion, I was asked to work with Dean and draft a letter. I submitted it on behalf of myself as a single member because I didn't have the authorization of the body, but just to formulate how our conversation at the Community and Economic Development Committee went, the general consensus of the entire group that was there that day. And Mr. Constant and I both sat on hold for about 4.5 hours today. So I only testified for a minute and gave the quick highlights of the letter, which I have to say, Mr. Gates did an amazing job in that letter and laid out, I think, a very good legal argument why they should renew it, or the challenges ABC board could have. And I did mine under 60 seconds. Mr. Constant, as typical, he took about 3 times as long as I did. But at the end, their recreational liquor license was approved without conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Dyson.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Now, could I have a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda minus item 14K4?
Move to incorporate to the agenda minus 14K4 the following items. Item 9D8, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 520-2018, Americans with Disabilities Act Advisory Commission appointment, Michael Merritt, Mayor's Office.
Wait, hold on, Eric. We're going to vote on it first, then we're going to have you read it. That's okay.
You're going to vote on it before it's the addendum is read?
Well, yeah, we're going to read the whole, we're going to vote on incorporating the addendum, then we'll have you read into the record, minus 14K4. Can I have a second on a motion to incorporate the addendum? Seconded by Mr. Constant. Now, I'd like to have a little discussion about why we just did what we did. I don't know if Mr. Constant, you want to explain it?
Yep. One of my constituents, neighbor and friend Dan Frank, serves on the Solid Waste Commission, and he communicated to me privately and then to the body on my recommendation that the meeting may not have been noticed properly, and his concern wasn't about the content of the resolution but the process. And so by amending the addendum to remove that item, we strike that potentially tainting question off the agenda altogether. And so we don't have to take it up, and we can move forward with clean hands.
And to be clear, this is a resolution in support of the plastic bag ban, of which Mr. Constant is a sponsor. So we are not trying to undermine that in any way. We just feel like it's better not to potentially taint it. Is there any other discussion on that motion? All right, if not, I ask for you.
One thing, just Mr. Chair, that I would ask that whomever is the staff for that commission take a tighter act and role in ensuring that they've complied with the Open Meetings Act.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I have to admit that we didn't do a deep investigation into what exactly happened, so I don't know if I don't know how that happened exactly, but just to be careful, to be cautious, we're going to take this act. So I ask for unanimous consent to pass that motion and incorporate the addendum minus that particular item. Is there any opposition to that? Seeing none, that is incorporated. Now, Mr. Vice Chairman, would you please read the items into the record?
Right. So the items we've incorporated into the agenda tonight are, again, Assembly Memorandum Number 520-2018, Americans with Disabilities Act Advisory Commission appointment of Michael Merritt. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 521-2018, sole source purchase from Q's Inc. for an upgrade to the closed-circuit television system for the Municipality of Anchorage Maintenance and Operations Department, $198,330. Resolution number AR 2018-237, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $488,000 of the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Service Area fund balance for the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Department general operating budget within the same service area fund, Parks and Recreation Department, to provide necessary funds to sustain departmental operations and services through fiscal year 2018 due to significant changes in 2018 assessed property values. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 523-2018, on-site water and wastewater technical review board appointments, Jeffrey Garness, Kurt Sayers, from the Mayor's Office. Resolution number AR 2018-238, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $191,497.51, a transfer of responsibilities agreement TORA grant from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the Anchorage Bull Parks and Recreation Service Area CIP grant fund to the Parks and Recreation Department for funding the Smart Lighting Pilot Program, dated 8/28/2018. Resolution number AR 2018-239, a resolution approving an administrative agreement for APDEA 2018-01 revised between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, APDEA, regarding amendments to collective bargaining agreement language from the Employee Relations Department, 9/11/2018. We have appearance requests from Nick Moe regarding the MOA's response to North Star neighborhood nuisance property. We have an ordinance number AO 2018-67S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code subsection 2107-020B, as in Bravo, to update provisions regarding watercourse, water body, and wetland protection, amending AMC chapters 2102 and 2103 to transfer variance authority for variances from watercourse, water body, and wetland protection regulations to the Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals, adding a new section to AMC Chapter 2112 regarding nonconformities with said protections, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21-14040 definitions accordingly from the Planning Department and Watershed Management Services. And I'm going to stop reading now.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Appreciate it. We'll now go down the dais and see if people have any items they wish to pull. We'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
I have nothing to pull, but I would like to move to amend the agenda by moving AR 2018-236, which is item 14.Q, from the items for public hearing to the consent agenda under the items for introduction and renumbered as item DF8 for public hearing on August 28th.
Do we have a second for that motion? Moved and seconded. Discussion on that motion. Perhaps, Mr. Weddleton, you want to explain a little bit?
That was inadvertently located under new public hearings. The resolution has not been noticed for public hearing and needs to be introduced tonight for public hearing at the regular assembly of August 28th.
Okay. Any other discussion on this motion? Not seeing any. I ask for unanimous consent on this motion. All right. Not seeing any opposition. That motion passes, and we've amended the agenda. Continuing to go down the dais, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Oh, wow. Mr. Croft.
Item 9, Foxtrot 6. That's Resolution 2018-238.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainey.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. 9B1, please. 9 Bravo 1.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Demboski?
No items.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. 9 Foxtrot 5.
Okay. All right, so I have the items that are pulled are 9 Bravo 1, pulled by Mr. Constant, 9 Foxtrot 5, pulled by Mr. Dyson, 9 Foxtrot 6, pulled by Mr. Croft on my behalf. Any items I missed? Okay, so I ask you to vote on the balance of the consent agenda.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items. Can I get a motion on that?
I move to approve the consent agenda with the pulled items.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson or Mr. Weddleton. All right. Please vote on the balance of the consent agenda. That passes unanimously. All right.
And the youth.
Oh, and Ms. Tafts, how did you vote on that? Yes. Okay. Our first vote by the youth member. Thank you, Ms. Tafts.
Tonight.
I like it.
Yeah. Okay, so we are on item 9, Bravo 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to bifurcate this item.
Let me read the title first.
Okay.
Resolution number AR 2018-231, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the renewals of municipal, I did this to myself, municipal marijuana licenses for cultivation establishments, Arctic Herbery, Great Northern Cannabis, Green Go, The Frost Frontier, Catalyst Cannabis Company, manufacturing establishments, Babylon Company, Einstein Labs, retail establishments, Arctic Herbery, Dankeridge, Alaska Fireweed, Enlighten Alaska, testing establishments, Can Test. Here you go. Stating the Assembly's non-objection to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license numbers 10035, 10747, 10959, 10161, 10284, 10322, 10082, 10037, 10306, 10307, 10021. You could have waived reading after I finished it.
But I like hearing you do it.
And 10009 for the same establishments respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain actions. All right, Mr. Constant, make your motion.
Thank you. Yeah, I move to bifurcate this item, Babylon Company license M10322.
Say the last part there again, Mr.
It's
Constant.
license M10322.
Okay.
And to set a public hearing.
Okay. When will we set the public hearing to?
For the 28th.
Okay. So the motion is to bifurcate out, say again, which one?
Babylon Company license number M10322.
Excellent. And to set to public hearing. Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Domboski.
Just for the purpose of discussion.
Well, let's start using the queue again. So we're open to discussion. Who would like to speak? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So it's not likely that this operator did anything inappropriate. However, we have an item that is kind of percolating relating to another licensee that will be coming before us, in which this operator was somehow connected. They were a supplier, and there are some questionable activities that need to be discussed. And so the purpose of this is to have this operator in to hear from them in public hearing, maybe even a work session before, so that they can ensure to us that they're operating above board.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, I'll support Mr. Constant's motion. I think it needs to be done that way, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Is there any other discussion on this motion to bifurcate? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so if I could ask Mr. Constant a question, is this something that the state is aware of?
If I may, yes, it is, and it came to us in a communication from AMCO. And I don't want to get into details at this time. I think it's better for a committee meeting. And
okay.
Yeah, it's something that's clearly on the record, and it's worth having a conversation with them about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I guess I'd like to ask Counselor, the clerk, just a little bit of details on this. I don't think we've done one of these particular kind of motions. So if we move to bifurcate and set for public hearing, then that is set to public hearing, but then we have a separate vote on the underlying items. Is that correct?
So then we would move 9B1.
Okay. Great. All right. So we are still discussing Mr. Constant's motion. Any further discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to, so public hearing, okay, so, because August 31 is kind of their deadline, so if we meet that, so we'll meet any deadline.
Yes, and I would hope that we could have a meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee to have them in a less formal setting, so we don't, have to grill them here.
Sure,
Thank you.
Great.
Do we have, Mr. Weddleton, do we have a meeting of CED between now and then?
We meet when we need to meet.
Okay, good. Yes. Okay, I don't see any other discussion on this motion, so please vote on Mr. Constant's motion to bifurcate and set for public hearing. Very wise, Ms. Tafts. Thank you. So that passes unanimously. All right. So now we are can I have a motion on to approve the remainder of Bravo 1. Is it approve or accept? I'm looking at the.
Move to approve.
Okay.
That's what it is.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the remainder of these licenses?
I have a comment.
Yes, Mr. Weddleton.
It's I will support this, but if you went through the packet, which is fairly substantial here, you'll see that quite a variety of these enterprises had generally fairly minor little issues, things with odor. There were errors in using their point-of-sale system. There's one, Einstein Labs, which I think was well publicized about transporting marijuana. Arctic Herbery with a sign with a pot leaf on it. Alaska Fireweed had an ad in the paper that didn't have a required warning. And Cantus had some transportation violation. And they're fairly minor. They were dealt with, they paid fines, and they moved on with their businesses. And I just want to note that, because we may get to another business that has similar issues and say, these guys are generally doing very well, but some of them are tripping a little bit and dealing with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now to item 9F5. Ms. Tafts, you can rejoin us. Assembly Memorandum number AM 523-2018, On-Site Water and Wastewater Technical Review Board appointments, Jeffrey A. Garness, PEMS, and Kurt D. Sowers, MCE, PE, PMP, by the Mayor's Office. And I guess that's being set for public comment on 8/28. So, yeah, we need three to, what is the will of the body? This is being moved to introduce.
Move to approve.
So it's being moved to introduce, Mr. Dyson? Okay.
Thank you.
We need a second
Move
and a
to
third.
introduce.
Second.
So it's moved, second, and third. Mr. Constant is your third.
I had seconded, but.
Oh. Okay. Do we need discussion then?
Do you need a third, Madam Clerk?
No.
I'll be it.
Well, so we've already been introduced, but presumably you pulled this for a reason, Mr. Dyson. Do you want to discuss it?
Yeah, thank you. Is Mr. Garness here? I thought not. Just a little historical note. 40 years ago, Mr. Garness's father, who started this business, helped me with the design of the wastewater treatment plant at Prudhoe Bay, and which has been operating quite successfully. It puts out an effluent that's better than any of the lakes they take drinking water from up there. But anyways, so when I sat in this seat 32 years ago, we had to write the present laws on on-site water and sewer, or sewer treatment. So I got Mr. Garness's father, Sid, who had helped me on the North Slope project, to write the current laws that the city has. And it was kind of fun to get back to this seat and look at it. They've been upgraded some as they needed to be. But if Mr. Jeffrey Garness is anything like his father, it's a delightful appointment, and I'm glad to see it. And when I see him here in a couple of weeks, I'll tell him that he'd do his father proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Is there any other discussion on this item? All right. It does not require a vote, so that has been introduced. We are now down to item 9 Foxtrot 6. of resolution number AR 2018-238, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $191,497.51, a transfer of responsibility agreement grant from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area CIP Grant Fund, to the Parks and Recreation Department for funding the Smart Lighting Pilot Program. Public hearing set for 8/28/2018.
Move to approve.
Move to introduce.
Second. Second.
Needs to be moved, seconded, and thirded. Okay, so moved by Mr. Croft, seconded by Mr. Constant, and thirded by Mr. Peterson. And I'll give the gavel over to Mr. Crofton. So I'll say, why did this happen? This is a mistake on my part. I thought, because it was on the addendum, I thought this was being approved tonight rather than introduced. And given that we could have had this conversation next week, I should not have had it pulled off the addendum. I just wanted to commend the administration on doing this because I really appreciate these kind of conversions. I also wanted to know if, so it's 275 light conversions along the Chester Creek Trail, and I was curious how far along the Chester Creek Trail, about from what point to what point. And again, because it was on the addendum, I didn't have a chance to ask that question offline. Is there anyone here capable of answering that, or should I wait until public hearing on the 28th? Oh, hello, John.
Through the chair, your question is how long?
So it's
4 miles.
4 miles. So is it
end to end?
End to end. Okay, that's it. That's all I want to know.
Okay.
Well, congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Okay, all right. Now that I have used up some of our precious time, let's move on.
Yep.
So yeah, it doesn't need to be voted on further. It will be heard on the 28th. Okay, I think that's all of our items, right? Sorry? That is all of our pulled items. We are now down to item 11A, Information Memorandum number AIM 67-2018, Internal Audit Report 2018-04, Municipal Take-Home Vehicles, Municipal Manager, Assembly Chair Dunbar. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As noted during the committee reports, the Audit Committee met last week to discuss the findings, and while we did not vote as a committee to accept the audit, that would be my recommendation. I believe all of the points were addressed, and we have a follow-up report within the next month that we're expecting from OMB.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Weddleton.
So the committee did not vote to accept the report. Was there a vote to accept and it failed, or you just?
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. LaFrance.
We did not vote because I do not believe we had a quorum. We didn't have a motion or anything like that.
Okay.
It was a Friday afternoon meeting.
Mr. Trainee.
Just that it came in front of the group. We didn't take a formal motion on it, but that's not to say it was a bad report or there was not. The administration did a good job. The internal auditor did a good job. It's just what happened. So we're just urging the body to accept this. That's all.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Trainee. Is there any other discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. Madam Clerk, who didn't vote on that item? Oh, okay.
Does that work?
All right. Okay, we are now down to item. Oh, sorry. There it is. Item 12A, appearance requests. Nick Moe regarding the Municipality of Anchorage's response to a North Star neighborhood nuisance property.
We brought the whole crew.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Moe. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and where you're from.
Yeah, my name is Nick Moe, M-O-E, and from the community of North Star here in Anchorage.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Chair and Assembly members, for making time for us. I know it's a busy day, and definitely support the work you're doing on the plastic bags and all of that. We did an appearance request because we have a lot of families in our neighborhoods who wanted to participate, and really appreciate you doing the appearance request. Just part of our goal here is to have you meet some of the neighbors. Let us, we want to tell you our story of the house that we're dealing with, and we really have a call to action for this assembly to help address nuisance properties. I've lived in this neighborhood. There's 5 generations of my family that have lived in this neighborhood in Valley of the Moon, and the crime has never been this bad. And there's one specific house that's been the magnet for crime, not just in our block, but in the whole neighborhood. And they've been doing everything from wielding weapons to blatant drug use. There's been runaway minors that have been discovered there, stolen property of every variety, from propane tanks to cars to bikes. There was even a high-speed chase through our neighborhood at 4 p.m. And, and what we're dealing with is a landlord who is not only, defiant, he's a bully. And he has actively threatened some of our neighbors, a few of the neighbors who have joined together to address this issue were scared to come out tonight because this landlord has been a bully. And we as neighbors have done everything we've been asked to do. From APD, we call in the things we've seen. There's been over 30 calls to this one property, resulting in 11 or 12 arrests. So a 1/3 rate of arrests per call. It's not frivolous stuff we're calling in. We've learned the landlord's been fined over $15,000 already. And, code enforcement has done a very good job of cracking down on a lot of the other things that have been going on with the property, but it hasn't been enough. We've been told to wait. And, our question is, wait for what? Wait for somebody to be hurt? Wait for somebody to be killed? Wait for more city resources to be wasted on this property? What we have right now is not working, and we're calling on you, the assembly members, to work on a way to get landlords to take action sooner through either increased fines or an increased fee schedule, to include code enforcement in that fee schedule, and to not let bully landlords make us feel unsafe in our own neighborhoods and make that affects our property values and everything else. So. That's my big message to you guys, and we have another speaker as well.
Well, actually, Mr. Moe, appearance request is only for 3 minutes for you. There was no appearance request for anyone else. But there are several questions here, and I imagine some of my colleagues might want to talk to your friends as well. So we'll start with Ms. Demboski.
Thank you. Hey, Nick, thanks for showing up. So a couple of things I have. You made the comment that you think the Assembly should readdress the increased fines and fees. If this guy has gotten $15,000 worth of fines, will that help? Has he paid it?
He has until the end of the month to pay it, as from what I understand. I just know that it just seems to me that APD has been doing an incredible job. We've called in crimes of stolen cars. They've been there within hours, but then the offender is back on the street 4 hours later, So I just, our call is for the city to provide more tools either for our law enforcement or city coding.
I have a few more questions. So I hate to keep it succinct here, but I know there's others that want to talk to you. It sounds like you guys are doing the right things. You're calling in everything you see. You're working with code enforcement. Have you engaged with the CAP team?
We have engaged with Sergeant Haywood. She has been very helpful keeping us in the loop. And it sounds like, her message to us is wait. And that's why we wanted to call.
That's the hardest thing to do, but I know we've had issues like this in Chugach and Peters Creek, and working with the CAP team, sometimes it takes a few months to get it resolved, but they're doing their police stuff You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And so sometimes it takes a little while to get the investigations and the things they need in place to get it. But it sounds like you're working the right avenues. The last one, have you engaged your assembly member to check on fines for excessive police calls, or is that where the fines are coming from, or are they coming from code enforcement?
I think code enforcement too, but the fines are coming from APD, so I had to put in a records request, but I kind of heard it in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
I will just address your one comment. This has been a nuisance house for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
We have documentations going back to this one landlord for over 10 years.
Oh, I have no doubt about it. Usually they're not a one-off, but that's why I say, especially when you see the escalation, I just want to make sure you're checking off all the right boxes. So
Sure.
I'll follow up with your assembly member too, and we can see what strategy APD is employing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Perman has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moe, members of the neighborhood down there on near Chester Creek, thank you all for coming tonight. I live about 2 blocks to the south of you on 23rd. I'm, like many of you, a regular watcher of Nextdoor, and I can tell my colleagues here that this property is probably the greatest hits on that site. I became aware of it sometime, I believe, early this past winter. Stolen cars, neighbors finding the stolen goods in the back of the stolen car and saying, hey, that's mine, and it just escalated from there. This is also the property, you may recall, that had a remodeling job done without a permit right in front of the police department. APD showed up on a call, and there's something going on in the garage. They surrounded the garage, said come out of the garage, and then the person in the garage took their car and drove out the other side, making a new entrance or new exit. It's really quite a problem. And just so you know, this is not one of a kind. All over town there are, I'll call them problem properties, plague properties, nuisance properties, bad properties, whatever you want to call them. They're abandoned properties that are attracting bad activities like drugs. They are bad landlords. Some of them are just junk piles waiting to catch fire. But they're all doing one thing. They're really tearing down a neighborhood. They devalue the neighborhood, make the neighbors uncomfortable, and they devalue the property. We had a property out on 72nd near Arlene, surrounded by so much junk piled up to the second floor window. I'm sure Jack Frost will remember this one. The neighbor next door wanted to move out and sell his house. They put it on the market, an appraised value of $350,000, could not get anything close to it. That causes a devaluation of the property, devaluation of our tax rolls. This is something that we need to deal, and I'm pleased to say that Assemblyman Croft and I, working with the administration, have, and all of you probably want to know this, we are working on a suite of revisions right now to try and address this, and we'll hopefully have these before the body here in the not-too-distant future. So once again, thank you all for coming out. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, for bringing everybody here today. Your request was for you, but it said 3 speakers, so it's our rules are sometimes opaque. I'd like to use my questioning power. Is there somebody else who was prepared to speak that would like to? And please keep it.
Well, I don't have anything, very specific to say other than, yes, it does bring down property values. It is an eyesore to see the house with a giant hole out of the back of it from my house. I'm more concerned with the children. There's obviously a high concentration of children in this small area block, and I'm sure there is in all these other neighborhoods as well. The last thing I want, the last thing all these parents want, the last thing any parent wants is another Fairview incident, a toddler getting shot by a stray bullet. And I'm usually a live and let live type of person. I had a good time in my 20s. I try to just let people let it slide. But after, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there's been several incidents where the police have come, had guns drawn. There I am in my backyard with my baby on a blanket, teaching my kid about earthworms, and I hear, Anchorage police, put your hands up. Like this we bought our house in November, and I can't count how many times I've had to grab my children and run into the house in just 3 months. I really don't even know, 6, 7 times,
Do you mind giving your name for the record?
I'm Jennifer Germer.
Thank you. Jennifer.
So, property value, yeah, that's definitely a problem, but I'm definitely more concerned about lives and children's lives.
And we don't let me, but is there somebody else who wanted to say something specific? And yeah. He did say 3.
Yeah, Roy Arden, and we live at 931 Clay Court. So the property that we're speaking of is about 150 feet to the 10 o'clock position as we walk out our front door, line of sight. It's really about the safety in the area. It's something is going to go bad. It's just a matter of time because it's so blatant. I mean, they don't care. And there's not a time that we go by, there's not some kind of drama going on. And it's 24 hours a day. It's big equipment cranking up in the middle of the night, and fences go up and fences go down, and there's just always antics. And it's drug use and drug dealing and stolen property. There's no intent or desire to do right, and there's no intent or desire on the landlord's part to change it. So we're just saying with all the kids, it's a high, all the kids play with each other in the neighborhood, kids are in the street, and something is going to go south eventually. So that's all we're here to say. We know something's going to go south.
Can I say just real briefly?
Yeah.
Another question. Thank you all for coming. I'm very familiar with it. I raised my family in Valley of the Moon. We live very near there now. And as Mr. Perman said, we've had a meeting on an omnibus series of toughening up some of the measures. Normally, you have these every once in a while. They're horrible. Normally, they'll respond to some combination of things that we have, either APD and the fines we've put, either code enforcement, and this one just won't respond to any of these things. So we're looking at ways to toughen them up. Tomorrow, Mr. Perman and I and the chief of police and the CAP team are touring that whole area. I'm sure you know well, there's a camp over on the Roman Hill, there's a camp over on C Street, and then this property. Those are the three things I wanted Chief Dahl to see. He's aware of them already, and talk about, okay, the things we have ain't working, what are we going to do next? So thank you all. We do know about it. I don't have a magic solution. I think it's probably toughening up all the solutions that we have, all the pieces that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, all of you, for coming and bringing your adorable kids. I'm just in the queue to see if there's anyone else who was planning to speak.
I'll go ahead. Again, we are new to the neighborhood, and we moved in to find out that we're basically right next door to this house. We're, almost share a yard. And for example, in the instance that these guys drove out the back wall of the garage, if that guy would have taken a right versus a left, he would have driven over our kids in our own yard. And so that's a pretty desperate feeling to have, that there's nothing you can do to address this in a timely manner, and we're really worried about the safety of our children playing in our street, and so again, we just think it's a matter of time. Like Roy mentioned, the homeowner is completely defiant. He's actually bailing out those guys that get arrested. The homeowner is bailing them out of jail and putting them back in the property, and bullying the elderly neighbors that are around him that have lived in this neighborhood for 30 plus years. And so it's just a really terrible thing that's going on, and really would like to see it addressed sooner than later before somebody gets hurt. Yeah, he's an extremely wealthy individual, so the fines are, he sees it as a challenge, and he's willing to put up a fight, and he's already said that to several of the neighbors already. So he understands that the neighborhood is united, and he's still completely defiant. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. France. Thank you, sir. So I put myself in the queue. I'll give it to Mr. Croft. May I speak, Mr. Croft?
Yes, Mr. Dunbar.
So I'm a little disappointed that the APD isn't here tonight. I would have liked to talk to them a little bit about this, but there's only so much they can talk about with these kind of things anyway. We're talking about one case. I did want to ask the municipal attorney or the municipal manager about, I know we have a list of properties where we're taking very specific legal actions, and I appreciate you've already been able to do that in Unaca Valley and Airport Heights, and we've seen some progress there. But is this To what degree is this property on our radar, and what kind of steps, if any, are we taking right now?
To the chair, I think it is fair to say that this property is very much on our radar. I have received some communications from the Deputy Chief of the Police Department, who forwarded to me some information from the CAP team and Lieutenant Carson. Without getting into too many operational details, the fact that this property would be of concern is of no surprise, and it is also not new to APD. So I think things very much are underway. They are over the limit on excessive police responses. This property is also on the code enforcement radar, and code enforcement has been consistently responding to the complaints that have come in. Without revealing more than I should, I think I should say that the property remains on the radar and likely will until the property is resolved. I don't think that there is a vacant or abandoned property angle on this. I think it is mostly a law enforcement angle.
Are we, and this is more for Ms. Wynn-Pearson, you and I have talked a little bit about foreclosure actions and those kind of things. They have to be delinquent on fines, fees, taxes, that kind of thing. Are we anywhere near that with this property as we are on some others?
The Chair, to my knowledge, we are not there yet. Any 880 fines, the excessive police response fines, do by virtue of the enabling state statute automatically become a lien against property if they are unpaid, which would enable us to take more drastic foreclosure-related steps. I am not certain where they are with any amount of outstanding code enforcement fines. If that exists, there is a path there too that involves going to court in between. It's a little longer, but at this point, to my knowledge, we're not yet there. I can certainly inquire in greater depth about the amounts of outstanding fines and if there are any that at this point should be converted to a lien or will be converted to a lien imminently.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Ma'am, Mr. Croft. All right, Mr. Trainee.
Just want to thank you for coming here. And please go to your community council. I think you're a North Star Community Council. They're not meeting in August, they're meeting in September. If you'd bring that to Sam's attention. I attend that community council because I want to make sure we have focus put on this. It's not just you coming here once. I want to make sure we keep pressure on the administration and on us. Because every part of town has this problem. In Midtown, I've got numerous properties that we've been trying to get some relief on it. It's just not happening. So you're not alone in this, but it doesn't help you because you've got little kids. I couldn't even imagine somebody pulling out through the garage and you're worried about your children getting ran over. Something's got to be done. So thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There is no one else in the queue. I just want to echo my colleagues and say thank you very much for coming, and I'm sure this is something that we will be talking about going forward. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, that ends all of our old business, so we will now take our regularly scheduled dinner break. We'll be back here at 6:15. Thank you. All right, we are now to new public hearings. Our first item is 14A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 479-2018, Employee Relations Board Appointment, Deborah E. English, Mayor's Office. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body? Moved by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Trainee. Any discussion on this item? Is Ms. English here, by the way? Just to thank her for her service? No? Okay. Please vote on this item. Oh, did you get it? That motion passes 10-0. Mr. Weddleton is absent. Did we get we recorded the youth? Okay, great. Olivia, if you want to hold that up a little bit longer so I can just look down your way. Appreciate it. Thank you. We have at the moment we have a paddle. We'll figure out if that's the sustainable solution, but sometimes buckets and paddles, low-tech solutions are the best. We're now on item 14B, resolution number AR 2018-201, a resolution approving administrative agreement number 2018-03 between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 1547, agreeing to amend call-out pay language. Employee Relations Department. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14C, resolution number AR 2018-204, a resolution approving administrative agreement number 2018-04 between the Municipality of Anchorage and the I'm sorry, I already did that one, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. Municipality of Anchorage International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 1547 agreeing to amend section 3.1.c NECA temporary language, Employee Relations Department. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on this item? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14D, resolution number AR 2018-184, a resolution confirming the 2018 assessment roll and levying special assessments for services on properties specially benefited in the Downtown Improvement District, Special Assessment District 1 SD 97, setting the dates of assessment and providing for assessment billing, payment due dates, application of payments, delinquency, penalties, interest, and costs for delinquency, and enforcement and appropriating assessment revenues to Special Assessment Fund 271 for services benefiting the property owners in Special Assessment District 1 SD 97, Finance Department. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Mr. Perman, seconded by Mr. Trainee. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. So we met this in a work session, and I think the goals sound good. But basically what this is doing is saying that there should be a area plan for that district.
Are you on the right item?
Oh, I thought you were Renaissance.
Nope.
I'm sorry, I was doing water, and my bad, thank you. What are we on?
Oh, no worries, Mr. Weddleton. We're on just the prior item. You're always ahead of us, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee.
Just that years ago, we'd have people lined up on this issue, and now that's not happening anymore. I've sat through this numerous times. We'd have people down here demand their property be taken off of this, and it's just worked out really well. It's improved the downtown. Let's just approve this tonight and have them keep doing what they're doing well.
Thank you,
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Is there any other discussion on this item? Mr. Constant, I had a feeling that you might want to.
Just real briefly, Mr. Peterson had asked why the amount had gone down, or to note that it had gone down. And the levy went down this year because, and I just checked with Mr. Schutte, it's kind of vacancies at hotel and also vacant tenancies. And so we have some challenges in the downtown. And I haven't heard any complaints about the partnership. In fact, people are watching closely what happens as it evolves in its current format, and look forward to the next year.
I believe they're looking for a new executive director as well, if I'm not mistaken. All right. So, any other discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14E.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes.
On this item, I don't know if it's proper to do before or after, but I would like to move to postpone the public hearing till the next meeting. The mover and myself have been working with the administration to come up with a resolution that would achieve a tighter goal, but we don't want to knock this off the agenda till that's introduced.
Well, why don't we open it and then extend it?
Continue.
Just in case there's... Yeah, just in case there's anyone here who might want to talk to it, although I agree with you that next meeting is more appropriate. So I'm sorry, let me read it. Ordinance number AO 2018-68, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly establishing a new Downtown Anchorage Renaissance Commission and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 4.60 with a new section setting forth its composition, purposes, and duties accordingly. Mr. Perman and Mr. Constant. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from.
I'm Anna Cooper. I'm from the DeBar and Muldoon area.
Okay.
Is this for the transit center? Because that's been like up in the air for I don't know how many years.
This is not for the transit center.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this item?
All right, then, Mr. Chair, I would move to continue the public hearing to 8:28.
Okay. Move. Can we get a second on that? Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you want to discuss that?
Yeah, I just briefly, and I'm sorry for jumping the gun on it, but we do have in Title 21 part of code for neighborhood or district plans. It seems like that's what you're trying to do here. And you'd have a hard time convincing me otherwise, and it would be great if you could do it under the already provided guidance of Title 21. It would make things very smooth and easy for everyone. Thanks.
So my intention, here I'll give it to Mr. Croft. Mr. Croft, may I?
Yeah. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. So my intention is to schedule a work session on Friday the 24th on this item because I believe Mr. Perman is working with the administration and the item will be quite a bit different before the next meeting. Mr. Constant, you're a co-sponsor. Does that sound?
Yes, it'll be a completely different vehicle, but with generally the same principles. And it'll be the second work session or the first on the new item that will be introduced. So.
Okay, great. May I, Mr. Croft? Thank you. So any further discussion on the motion to continue public testimony? All right, not seeing any. Let's vote on that motion. Mr. Weddleton, could you vote on the motion? That passes unanimously. So we will continue discussion of that on the 28th of August. We are now on item 14F, ordinance number AO 2018-65, an ordinance authorizing disposal of an electrical easement located on a portion of Tract B, Abbott Road subdivision between Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility and Chugach Electric Association. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any discussion, please vote on this item. Ms. Domboski? That item passes unanimously. I love that paddle. All right. We're now on item 14G, ordinance number AO 2018-66, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to designate additional land for placement in the Heritage Land Bank inventory.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open on this item. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay.
Give it to Ira.
Let's be a little more consistent in pushing our buttons, please. So who moved and seconded that?
Big Ira.
Second, Berman.
Move to approve? No, sorry. I guess Mr. Peterson.
Let's try that again, and when you say it, please push your button. Oh, I see. So on here, it's Mr. Peterson and Mr. Perman. Okay, great. All right. Let's see. So discussion. Mr. Trainee?
Thank you. To the administration, this was a Superfund cleanup site, Peacock Cleaners and Chevron gas station. Is the land now remediated? Because I know they've got what they call a passive remediation going on. Their tubes come out of the ground, and they're airing the ground. So my question to you is, if we do sell this, is the owner picking up liability for the toxic waste that's in there? Is the city going to have to pay for that?
Through the chair, I'll defer to Ms. Ward.
Oh, hello,
Robin. We both know the area we're talking about.
Through the chair, Mr. Trainee, that is correct. Two of these parcels are being passively remediated, and we are not ready to dispose. In fact, that's one of the reasons that we're asking to have them placed in the HLB inventory. HLB inventory is set up to hold uncommitted vacant properties until there's time to be able to dispose them, develop, or whatever. Today, they are not being managed very well because they're in general real estate, and we have no funds, and we have very limited staffing to be able to take care of them, and they need some TLC. We really feel that they would be better served to be in HOB. Today, I need to clear the alders. I need to limb them. I have no funds available right now in general real estate to even take care of them.
Well, I appreciate the fact you're in charge of that, because you remember the history on that property. As we age, some of the people coming in to replace us may not remember what happened there. I just want to make sure we're not, for future assemblies, future administrators aren't going to get into a problem with that. So just mark it down if you would, because it's a super fun cleanup site. When do they think it'll be remediated? Do we know?
They're actually becoming cleaner all the time. Chevron is monitored. Every 3 months, they come up and do a monitoring with their consultants. We do the same thing on the Peacock Cleaners, and they are slowly becoming cleaner. And at some point in time, they will be ready for development, and we'll probably do some entitlements, some planning, and so on eventually. But today, they're a great piece of property, but again, they're not being managed very well in general real estate.
Well, if it is ever sold, I want to talk to you about access, because I'd rather access be on Tudor Road than to jam up Lake Otis at that intersection. But we'll deal with that another time. Thanks, Robin, for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Any other comments or questions on this item? Discussion? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this item. Amy is a yes for the record. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14H, resolution number AR 2018-223, a resolution in the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1.7 million to the Information Technology Department Information Technology Operating Fund to provide SAP application support to the municipality of Anchorage, funded with the available IGC revenue, Information Technology Department. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Everybody's afraid now. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. All right, discussion on this item. Mr. Constant.
That space between when the chair asks for what's the will of the body and somebody speaking is getting longer by the moment, by the introduction of another item. And I foresee a time coming not too far in the future where it's not going to happen.
Any other discussion? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Falsey, perhaps you could confirm if I understand this correctly. The MOA budgeted for the full year's payment amount for the SAP loan. And however, since the SAP program was not fully put into service at the time of go live, because it was still being built, we're actually ending up paying less on the recovery costs this year than planned. And so the thinking is that remaining amount will be put towards the operational costs to maintain the system. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is exactly correct.
Okay, thank you. And may I?
Yeah, of course, Ms. LaFrance.
So, okay, we've paid more for SAP than everyone and anyone ever intended, and I don't think there's anybody happy about that. It's hard to keep shelling out money. However, at this point, we need to figure out a way to keep the system running, and we need a sustainable support model. We can't keep relying on very costly offshore consultants. That's not sustainable for this program. So Mr. Constant noted the space between moving to approve. I will reluctantly, I say reluctantly because of the amount of money and no one ever wanted to spend this much, support this because I believe we need to maintain this program or we're going to get into more trouble with payroll and fees and end up in a much more costly situation. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Trainee.
When I look at this front sheet, it says, revenue that will be available due to adjustment to the SAP recovery schedule. SAP's never recovered from anything. I always have trouble when they use that kind of language. I'm a no vote on this, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to put any more money into it. I'm sorry, I understand, Suzanne, what you're saying, but when you're in the hole, quit digging it. And we're digging it, and I'm not voting for it. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I think the situation might be a little different than I understand what Ms. LaFrance was saying, because we are spending this $1.7 million, but we're putting it over in the capital budget, so that frees up that amount in the operating budget, so we're going to use that in the operating budget to hire more consultants. So this is more money, but we're allowed to spend it in the operating budget because we're still capitalizing a lot of SAP. So this is a big significant increase in spending for SAP.
Through the chair, I believe that is not correct. So as I understand it, and I may call on the assistance of Marilyn Bonshoff to help me my aid, the total capital recovery schedule budgeted a amount that we are going to pay this year. In fact, we're going to start the recovery of the debt that we incurred for SAP at a later time. So that money gets pushed out 20 years into the future, and the delta is what we can actually spend to maintain and complete the system as we have it working today. So it is not the case that we are just shifting 1.7 to the capital budget. It is that we're taking money that otherwise would have gone to the recovery schedule and repurposing it to this SAP purpose.
Well, so the recovery schedule, it means paying off the loan.
Correct.
Okay, so instead of using 1.7 to pay off the loan, we're using it for operating. You said better what I meant. That's the way I saw it. But so instead of paying off the loan, we're using it for more operating. So that 1.7 still sits there as money owed. We're going to pay it some other time. So it's a big increase in what we're budgeting for SAP this year.
We may be speaking past each other, but I think it is the case that there is no new money in the 2018 budget that is additive as a result of this item. It is the case that the total amount of money that we owe for SAP remains due and will eventually will have to be paid, but we've picked up that schedule and we begin the payments further down the road than we otherwise would have because the system was not fully functional at go live.
Okay. In some ways, I'm sympathetic to Mr. Trainee's comment. We're digging a hole and stop digging. But if we don't dig this hole, we have to have a program like this somewhere. We're going to dig another hole and start from scratch. And I'm not convinced that would work so well either. So, all right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've developed a sort of Pavlovian response to anytime I see the words SAP and a couple of $1 million tacked on after it, and I go, I'm going to be a no vote on this, and this is not to be nothing personal to the administration, but just it's, I couldn't sleep with myself 2 weeks ago when I voted yes on this thing, knowing all that I've gone through and others have gone through before. I will not be on the assembly, but for the rest of today and the first hour of 2 weeks now, I'm a temporary replacement for the West Anchorage seat. And so just a protest vote, if I may, I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Falsey, would you be able to sketch out our options with this? If the body votes no, where does that put us? Because, and I mean, in terms of operational versus capital funds, my understanding is this will maintain the system by running upgrades and patches and keep us at a functioning level, which we've only recently arrived at. So if this is voted down, which I would prefer to vote no, in all honesty, where does that leave us?
Through the chair, I'm looking to see if I can get some assistance from Susie Marshall, but I think the alternative is worse, which is why we also are in the uncomfortable position of asking the Assembly to take action on this item. We have a system which we are, with belt and suspenders, with duct tape and glue, getting into functionality, but we are not all the way there yet now. We're still experiencing difficulties on the financial side of closing out the year end, of getting a consolidated annual financial report. That thing has to be completed. That work must be done, and the best way we see to complete that work is to retain a smaller suite of consultants for the remainder of the year to get that work done with this $1.7 million. If we do not have this item, we'll be at the drawing board. I'm not sure what the reasonable alternative is other than to come back and say we would need a fund balance appropriation and to pay the debt service on the original recovery schedule. It is no one's favorite item to bring to the Assembly, and if we could have in any way avoided it, we certainly would have.
Thank you. Do you have more, Ms. LaFrance?
I have a follow-up, if that's
yes,
okay.
Yes, of course.
And just so I'm clear, Mr. Falsey, with this approach, which the intent is to move us away from the costly consultants which run $300, $500 an hour or so, by shifting the support to in-house people, so we'll be bringing other people on board to take on this function. Is that correct, and what's the timeline?
That is the long-term, through the chair, that is the long-term plan. We have presented that in some of the Assembly work sessions in recent months. I believe this money begins that process by taking the full suite of consultants that have served the municipality on this project and beginning to winnow it down. I don't have top of mind how much of this money goes to the smaller set of consultants or to the new staff that we're looking to empower for the long-term SAP project. If Ona Browse is in the audience, I might look to her for some assistance. But certainly that is the path we're on. We look at the consultant list that has aided the project so far and see that there are very expensive individuals that sustainably cannot be a permanent part of our operating the system. And so we're working to transition away from it.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant.
Thanks, Mr. Falsey, again. I'm one of those that's sort of like right in the middle and teetering one way or the other, and I recognize the need to finish the job, to land the plane. What may seem to be missing, I know in the committee meetings we hear reports of how we're getting close on corrections of pay, which is a super important priority, and we're looking at how to shift from consultants to staff, and that's a pretty shocking discussion. But what may be missing is a work plan for kind of the best guess to when we land at a place where we're no longer bleeding and in fact patching up the blood and moving forward. And so I would be real appreciative at some point in the near future if you, the administration, could illustrate clearly for us a benchmarked approach to getting to the point where we're not every month coming with another $1 million or so.
Absolutely, and through the chair, I think you'll see a fuller version of that, certainly by budget season, because we have to have that plan in place for the budget submission next year, and Ona Browse can provide some additional color right this very moment.
Through the chair to Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Constant, Ona Brous, Chief of Staff for the Mayor. You were right, and Mr. Falsey was also right, that this is the beginning of the transition from the consultants into in-house staff that will cost considerably less to do this work. The difficulty was in the IT budget, there was not a designated line item for those new employees, so we are shifting this from the recovery account into the operating budget so that IT can do this work. This is the beginning of the work plan, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Ms. Brous. All right. Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Constant? Okay. All right, so it's to me now. Mr. Croft?
Ona, don't go far, please, ma'am. After him, it's me.
I just got in the queue to say very briefly, I'll be supporting this, and I urge my colleagues to do so as well. Hopefully, Mr. Falsey and Ms. Brous's explanations have been sufficient for you. But this is not pleasant for any of us. SAP is a legacy that we all share and all dislike. But at this point, the only way out is through. And when you comes to things like pay corrections, we need to be properly funding this in order to respond to the municipal employees and other members of the public who are urging us to get this system working. So again, I know it's an unpleasant vote, but I urge my colleagues to support it, as I will be. Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Thank you. Ona, question for you. Is this to hire 17 full-time employees for IT department? That includes retirement, includes benefits and everything.
This is not to hire those 17 employees that was laid out in the plan at the work session. This is to begin the process for the 2018 budget, the rest of the 4 months that remain, including continuation, as Mr. Falsey stated, narrowing down the consultant pay over time while we bring up the new staff in the employee base so that they can transition without dropping the ball on any of the departments who are currently working through their SAP issues.
Thank you. And you mentioned budget. Can you tell me what the fund balance was for last year yet?
I cannot tell you that, Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Falsey, can you tell me what fund balance was for last year yet?
No, sir, I cannot.
And that's the problem. We have a SAP that is not working. And I've heard this for years. A little bit more and we'll get out of it. It's almost like Vietnam. Do you remember when they used to tell us there's a light at the end of the tunnel, only to find out it was a train running over us? That's what we've got with this thing. We've got a train barreling down on us, and we can keep throwing money at it. It's not going to fix the problem. I'm a no vote on this. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you. Mr. Constant and I had a bet whether Mr. Trainee would bring up the CAFR, and he certainly did. And this is why
I won.
This is why it's such a big deal. We usually have our comprehensive annual financial report done by March, so we can do our first quarter budget revisions. But the fact of the matter is, we haven't even closed out 2017. We have I have no confidence in the amount of money we know we do or don't have. And when I hear the municipal managers say, we have, this is like belts and suspenders and duct tape and glue and just $1.7 million more, kind of makes me sick to my stomach. And Mr. Perman, I stopped voting for this $50 million ago because I knew it was going bad back then, and it made me sick to my stomach. The fact of the matter is, this is exactly why government gets a bad rap for quagmires of projects, the big digs, if you will. This is our IT big dig. I don't know what it's going to end up at, but it's going to be expensive. And I think just the fact that so many assembly members are now even considering voting no, I hope it sends a message to the administration. Because for a long time, me and Mr. Trainee have been out on that limb for ourselves. But you're hearing now 4 or 5 assembly members. It might have a supermajority, but you're starting to lose confidence, even of the people that usually back you. So there's got to be a retool here. There's got to be a way to win confidence back of the assembly members, because I think this is going to, I think the reception is coming to an end. Let's put it that way.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, 2 comments now. The big dig may have been really expensive, but it works really well. So, if this ends up like that, we're probably okay. But this idea with it, so this is not the plan with the 17 employees, because this has basically labor for one very highly regarded IT person, and the rest is professional services. So primarily, we're taking money.
No.
That's what it says right here. Labor, $182,660. Professional services.
It's for
consult-
4 employees for the remainder of the year and for the consultants to narrow down over the next 4 months. We have been paying the consultants at a much steadier clip than this money would represent right here. This is a cost savings as opposed to what we have been doing.
So the $1.5 million for professional services is for municipal employees?
No, the contract's associated. Yes, they are expensive.
That's for the contractors?
Yes, for the remainder of this year.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of my mentors, Rick Halford, said you've lost it as a policymaker when you start defending government. And, for me personally, I always know I'm about to make a bad decision when I start out by saying I'm sick and tired of something. And these are the kind of issues that, well, this is the kind of worst kind of project for any project manager in the world. First of all, they're following on an amazingly bungled precedences that happened. I have a theory that policymakers never, ever make the right decision at the right time. The rare times that they even know what the right thing to do is, they can't get the political, public capital to get it over the finish line. So then you're always behind. And this project was way behind. And so here they're scrambling. Another thing that makes this project very difficult, a number of the essential components were in the hands of somebody else. And the project was messed up by things that the administration could not control. The state of Alaska, not the least. And promises that there was connectivity between components and programs and stuff weren't there. And you can imagine, some of you probably tried to rebuild a house while you're living in it or redecorate it. This is more tougher than that. It's not like trying to rebuild a ship at sea. Most ships, if they run out of power and steerage, they still float. This is more like trying to rebuild an airplane in the air. And so, in addition to trying to get their arms around an extraordinarily diverse operating system with a lot of components, they had to do it while keeping all the other stuff working and trying to pull it together. I'm sure that in hindsight, this could have been done better, but it takes an immense amount of experience and so many moving parts that are beyond the control. I'm inclined to have a significant amount of mercy and sympathy for it. And Mr. Falsey, who I'm learning to appreciate, I could detect a slight bit of, on the edge of irritation of being in the spot that he's in tonight to defend something that has struggled so long. But the key word he said is, the do-nothing option doesn't work. And yeah, there's lots of surprises, lots more money than we ever expected. Let me tell you, the previous administration exceeded their estimates by what, a factor of 3 or 4? And so I encourage us to support this. We've got to finish the project and get it working. It's getting there, slow. And for those of you who are new to these kind of responsibilities, if you think this screwed up, go look at the port situation. And that's, yeah, I'm sorry. But anyways, I encourage support and a little bit of mercy for some pretty darn good people that are busting their tails to get this thing finished. And they're worthy of my support, at least.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Trainey.
One quick thing, and I'll shut up because this is my third time at this. $40 million ago, I had sympathy. When this administration came in, they said it's not our problem, we're going to correct it. That was $40 million ago. And we need to get it corrected and get it to work or figure out some other option. because to be into August and not know what fund balance was at the end of last year just doesn't work. We're starting a new budget cycle, and they cannot tell us how much money fund balance was last year. That concerns me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
Yep. Mr. Fawzi and Ms. Brass, keep the airplane in the air. It's a shaky ride, but it's bumpy.
Still running, Mr. Constant.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any other metaphors? No? All right. Please vote on this item. That item passed 8-3. All right. Where are we? We are now on item 14I, resolution number AR 2018-224. Yeah. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $654,074 to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund, a nutrition, transportation, and support services grant for the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services for providing Anchor Rides transportation services for senior citizens. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Go ahead. This is regarding Anchor Rides. Okay. No, not Valley Mover. Anchor Rides. Anyone else? All right. Seeing, hearing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right. Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. Mr. Weddleton votes yes. That passes unanimously. All right. We are now to the main event, the water body, and oh, no, I'm kidding. Ordinance number AO 2018-67, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code subsection 21.07.020B to update provisions regarding watercourse, water body, and wetland protection, amending AMC chapters 21.02 and 21. Thank you. Okay. I do think we'll have some public testimony on this one. So public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on this item?
Would you like to go first?
Wonderful. Good to see you again. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Vivian Mendenhall. I am representing Friends of the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge. It's a nonprofit that keeps track of all conditions affecting the refuge, which goes all the way to Point Warrensoft, but my main focus is Potter Marsh in this case. I'm also a hillside resident, and Little Rabbit Creek flows down my edge of my backyard. I'm a professional wildlife biologist, retired, mostly specialized in water birds, which includes their habitats, of course. Watershed management has a big job. It has to protect private property from flooding and erosion. It meet the requirements of federal and state laws, including the anti-pollution permit, protect streams while allowing development, and I'd like to compliment them on the watershed map, which is a really great resource. It's online. Protection of streams in this case, a big impact would be building a road straight across it without any bridge or culvert or anything, but for most of the streams, it means natural vegetation protected around the stream. It soaks up water, slows down the flow, and filters out pollution and sediment. Watershed management in the original version of this proposal was going to put all unnamed streams with only a 25-foot setback. This S version would restore 50 feet of protection around the streams with some disturbance allowed in the outer 25 feet if they have no name, which is better. The little unnamed streams are important. Unnamed streams tend to be narrow and short. And a lot of people say, oh, you can't even see it, or I can step right over it. But there's more than meets the eye. I measured the length of all the streams in the entire watershed. Basically, the four main streams that flow into Potter Marsh, but that was not because other streams aren't important. If you add up all the stream lengths, both named and unnamed, over 3/4 of them have no name. There are a lot of them. And of course, they affect the main streams, because where else are they going to get their water? So it is important to protect the small and unnamed streams as well as the named ones. The high elevation streams, however, there's a potential problem with more than the others. The zoning on the upper hillside is R10, which means huge lots, special limitations on development, and that's carefully adjusted to the steepness of the slope. But R10 doesn't have the business of protecting streams. I think we should. The tundra vegetation up there for some of the streams is very short and gives less protection. It's also very easily damaged by a couple of footsteps, as a matter of fact. The slopes for some of those streams are very steep, which causes them to flow faster, especially if there's heavy rain, and cause more erosion, and therefore, of course, carry more sediment down into the main streams. The high areas also get heavier rain. I get 5 minutes.
You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
5 for a representative.
You're representing a particular...
Yeah, Friends of the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge.
No, it's 5 minutes for a community council. Are you representing a community council?
No.
Then it's 3 minutes. You could briefly sum up, and then we could give questions for you if someone wants to ask them.
The result of all that is that we recommend a 50-foot setback with no disturbance for streams in the R10 zone, at least as determined later if they're that vulnerable. Some of them are. We suggest that you protect the quantity as well as the quality of the streams, which is implicit in most of the proposed ordinance, but it's not explicit, and there's the hillside watershed protection area specifically would be the place for that.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one question for you from Ms. LaFrance. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vivian, thank you for coming and for your testimony. And just so I'm clear, you stated that you do support the S version, correct?
Yes, with changes.
With some changes?
Yeah.
Were there other points then that you wanted to bring up that you weren't able to get to?
Well, since I'm representing an organization, I would like to add briefly that Potter Marsh is very important bird habitat. It's also a public resource. It's been a refuge for 50 years. It attracts 100,000 visitors a year. It gets all its water from the hillside. And that ought to be mostly from small streams at the south end, some of which have no name and therefore wouldn't be protected as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. There are no further questions. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from.
Hello, Lee Wilson.
Could you pull the mic?
Drive.
You're very tall. Yes.
Lee Wilson, Lower Hillside Drive. I was a part of the vision of Title 21 back in the day when we did that. Looking over this ordinance proposal here, it seems to me like the greatest violation then and the greatest violation now is the Anchorage Zoo. I didn't see under exemptions where the zoo is properly addressed, and I'm wondering if this is the right place to do that, because I'm very disappointed with what's going on with stream setback and what we're calling the riparian zone here in this ordinance as it applies to our local zoo.
Thank you, sir. We have a question from Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton?
I'm over here. Hi. I'm trying to see, so you've read this in general, it's okay, but you're looking at what goes on at the zoo and saying, wait a minute, they don't abide by this? Is that?
I feel like they're in violation both of the vision of 21 and also in the contents of this ordinance. And I don't see that those violations at the zoo is being addressed here.
Okay.
Does that help?
I understand now. Thank you. That's a good point.
Mr. Weldon, you have a follow-up there? Go, Mr. Constant.
I think I'll absorb that for a moment, and then when it's done, maybe have someone from staff come up and address what goes on at the zoo.
Okay. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just a clarifying question, sir. What is the problem that you've identified at the zoo relative to the function of?
Both the vision and the ordinance here. When we look at the streamside areas, they are disturbed and not restored. We look at the riparian zone, and they are disturbed and not repaired.
And
That's
so
the
you would
violation
have,
I see. And I
you would have the zoo do what? What is it you are looking for?
Remediation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Trainee has a question for you.
Sir, do you have the S version? Do you have the S version of this ordinance in front of you?
I do not.
Okay.
Oh, I do. Yes, I do.
Available to, like,
It is.
was it out there available is what I want to know.
Yeah, and he has.
Okay.
I have the S version.
Good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Sir, there are no further questions. Mr. Welton, do you want to ask a question of the administration, or we'll wait till discussion for that?
Let's wait.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this item? Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Frank Pugh. I'm from Southeast Anchorage. I'm here tonight to represent a position of our group consisting of 65 members, comprising 115 properties, 1,791 acres of land, and about $32 million of assessed tax value located in South Anchorage. With due respect to this body, most of our members do not have the time to attend every meeting in the municipality, which may impact our property rights, such as Community Council, Heritage Land Bank, AMATS, Historic Preservation Planning, Planning and Zoning, Assembly, Chugach State Park Trails, etc. However, since the Community Council system has failed to appropriately represent our values, we have come together at a grassroots level in an effort to make our position known to government entities while sharing the burden of work required. We support the watershed management and long-range planning staff's proposal for MOA stream setbacks of 25 feet for streamside zone plus 25 feet for riparian edge zone for named streams, and a 25-foot stream zone with a 0-foot riparian edge zone for other and unnamed streams based on hydrologic principles as presented by Jeff Urbanis, MOA Watershed Management, at Rabbit Creek Community Council meeting on the 14th of December 2017 and at Halo meeting on 4th of January 2018, whereby the streamside zone would be restricted to a footpath-only access to include small footbridges placed over creeks by adjacent property owners, and whereby the riparian edge zone would allow decks, lawns, sheds, and others and similar uses. Specifically, we do not support the special provisions listed in Table 21.07-1 on pages 12 and 13 of the ordinance as applied to the hillside watershed, which arbitrarily increases the streamside zone from 25 feet to 50 foot and reduces the riparian edge zone from 25 foot to 0 foot for named streams and increases the riparian edge zone from 0 to 25 foot while holding the streamside zone at 25 foot up for other and unnamed streams based solely on the Hillside District Plan, which is characterized as a guidance document. Additionally, this leads to a more complex regulatory system requiring a higher degree of interpretation, possibly resulting in unintended violations. We support the planning staff's fact-based scientific approach to analyzing watershed protection needs in order to assure appropriate measures are employed while balancing the right of owners to enjoy their property to the maximum extent allowed by law without placing undue burden upon them. It appears that Alliance members own approximately 2/3 of the affected acreage identified as being impacted by the special provisions targeted at the hillside watershed, which is indicated by the green shaded areas on the map attached to this document.
Thank you, sir. If you want to briefly sum up.
Right. So basically, we therefore respectfully request that the Assembly remove the special provisions from the proposed ordinance AO number 2018-67S. And I have a document to submit.
There's a question from Mr. Weddleton, and then, if you have copies of that, you can give it to the clerk.
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Well, Mr. Pugh, I think in summary, what you're saying is you don't support the S version, you support the
Well,
First version, is that correct?
I'd have to look at the first version, but the specific special provisions only apply to the hillside is what we object to. What we want to see is a uniform standard applied to the entire Anchorage municipality.
Okay, so, and the S version is the one that honors the Hillside District Plan and changes that.
That's to my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Sir, there are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this item? Thank you. Sir, is that one copy or is that a bunch of copies?
That's one copy. That's the statement plus some highlighted excerpts.
Thank you. Hello, ma'am. If you could please state your name and where you're from in town.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Assembly members. My name is Ann Rappaport. I have lived on the Lower Hillside for over 32 years, where I have actively participated on many land use issues. I comment tonight as both a homeowner and as a professional biologist, now retired, who worked with the municipality on many stream restoration projects and permitting of developments affecting Anchorage waters during my career with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm pleased that the Muni is following through on recommendations developed during the Title 21 process and appreciate the research and outreach your departments have undergone to craft this proposal, present to community councils and the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I appreciate the improvements that have then been made to the proposal. Its definitions and specificity will help protect our streams and result in improvements in water quality and floodplain issues that have increased as our city has grown and natural spaces have been developed. I want to thank our Hillside Area Assembly people, John Weddleton and Suzanne LaFrance, for listening and responding to concerns of Hillside residents, so you are now considering a 50-foot stream setback zone for all named streams covered by the Hillside District Plan. That setback has been effectively implemented since 2010 and subsequently codified in Title 21 with only a few variance requests. I also want to note the importance of local area plans, contrary to the last speaker, but local area plans like the Hillside District Plan were developed over a multi-year period, included much public input, many public hearings, and well-researched development criteria. I wholly support the S version with 4 exceptions. 1, unnamed streams in the R10 zoned area of the hillside should also be included in the 50-foot stream setback, rather than be the 25-foot stream and 25-foot riparian. A 50-foot setback is essential for the larger lots and steeper slopes of the upper hillside where these streams and tributaries occur. We're all concerned about our economy today, and a 50-foot setback will much better prevent costs to current and downstream landowners, as well as municipally maintained roads, from problems like flooding, erosion, and glaciation. 2, add the words water quality and water quantity to the statement of purpose and include an intent to minimize the area of impervious surfaces adjacent to these waters. 3, where unpaved trails parallel a stream, they should occur only in the outer 10 feet to better protect tree and other vegetation root zones while accounting for occasional paths to directly access a waterway. 4, neither golf fairways nor recreational game fields should be allowed in the riparian zone. These activities require much larger lots and should be planned far enough away to better minimize trampling or runoff from fertilizers and pesticides that could degrade our waterways. Finally, we all know the value of streams to the quality of life, our environment, and even our economy. It's tremendous. In particular, hillside streams support salmon, the Alaska Coastal Wildlife Refuge, and state critical habitat. The larger lots, less developed areas, and slopes of the hillside mean that these streams have generally retained more natural vegetation and are less disturbed than elsewhere. Runoff from streams and permeable natural areas above Potter Marsh are what maintain that incredibly important wildlife and recreation area, an area visited by over 100,000 people each year. Think about the economic values that represents. I also hope you'll look at the references in comments from the Anchorage Waterways Council and many residents that provide scientific references to support maintaining this 50-foot setback for the Hillside District Plan area for both named and unnamed streams. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rappaport. Mr. Constant has a question. Mr. Constant.
Actually, a comment to both this and the previous speaker. Gentleman from the Hillside area said that you follow the process best you can with all your members. You find it difficult to get to the meetings, all these meetings. And I see you have some proposed changes, and I will be honest for myself, it's hard to make changes at this point in the process. And so I challenge you, because I've heard you say that before, and you are really eloquent about what you're saying, but at this time it's really hard. And so please come sooner, because we want to hear it when it's opportune.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. There are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Thank you, sir. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
My name is Ron Aksamit, spelled Aksamit, and I'm opposed to this proposed ordinance. I own an undeveloped property where if this passes, it would make that property unusable. It would cut the property in half and prevent development on either side. I own other properties where they're undeveloped. If this passes, it will severely impact the development of those properties, and so I am opposed to this ordinance. I haven't studied the ordinance in detail, but as I leaf through it, that's the impression that I get.
Thank you, sir. There's a question for you, two questions actually. We'll start with Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Aksamit, where is your property?
On the South Fork of Eagle River and along and on the south side of Mainstream, Eagle River.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Aksamit, further question. You spoke of a property that would not be usable, be cut in half, and you couldn't use either side. How large a piece of property is that?
A little over an acre, probably an acre and a half.
Acre and a half. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. No other comments here. I imagine if we pass this tonight, that someone from the city would like to speak with you about the interpretation of this ordinance, because my understanding is this does not dramatically expand many of the current regulations, but I could be mistaken. So, yeah. Ms. Nabowski, would you like to ask a question?
I would. Ron, you attend the South Fork Community Councils almost every single month, and it's been my contention to this body that this was first floated as an idea at the end of last year, but the ordinance was introduced July 17th. Has the South Fork Community Council had an opportunity to read this ordinance since it's been introduced and discussed it as a council?
Not that I know of, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so. My intent, I don't know if the body will go along with it, but my intent is to ask for a 1-month delay so the South Fork Community Council could put this on their agenda. And so my hope is to bring it back the first week of October. So hopefully for September's meeting, but we'll just have to see where it goes, okay?
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other testimony on this item? Looks like we have a couple. Yep. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Kristen Collins. I live in Spenard. I represent the Alaska Center. Our organization works locally and at the state level to ensure clean water and clean water for healthy communities. We have been monitoring and advocating for stronger stream setbacks in the municipality for several years and have talked to hundreds and hundreds of supporters in the municipality who also support increasing stream setbacks to protect our creeks. We believe the passage of this ordinance is critical to maintaining the health and integrity of Anchorage waterways, and we are really happy to see the increased setback on the hillside to 50 feet. And the Watershed Department and Hillside residents have worked really hard to find a balance between increasing the width of an effective setback as well as allowing for relief for property owners. And we believe that the S version is in its best form. We urge the Assembly to pass this ordinance without delay. There have been several opportunities to review this ordinance and weigh in. And I know for a fact we've been to many community councils doing presentations, and it's been a long time coming, and I urge you to pass it.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for this testifier? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your time. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name and where you're from and whether or not you're representing a community council.
Chair and members of the Assembly, my name is Kathy Gleason, Kathy with a C. I represent Turnagain Community Council, and I guess I have a really quick question before I provide testimony. If Ms. Demboski's proposal to delay this occurs, would you have another public hearing, and would it be better for me to not testify this evening?
I would recommend that you testify this evening, because unless there's an S version, we will close public. We will close public testimony this evening. We won't reopen it unless there's an S version. Or an S1 version. Are you speaking on behalf of the community council?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So
Thank
you
you.
have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just so the body's aware, none of my councils received the presentation, even though one of them asked for it from the planning department. So my intent is to continue the public testimony. That way my councils have an opportunity to weigh in should they choose to. But again, Kathy, it's a shoot in the dark because I have no idea if they're going to support me or not.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and testify. Yes, what has just been passed out is a comment letter that Turnagain Community Council put together. We reviewed the original ordinance, and there's been slight modifications based on the S version that was just seen by myself as president last Friday. So there's a lot in here. We took a lot of time to put this together. We did present this in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I did CC all of the Assembly members, except I doubt if you got it, Mr. Perman. But it concerns me a little bit, Assembly Constant, that if it's too late to make any changes for the Assembly, why are you bothering with a public hearing at this point and getting public input? So I'd like an answer to that question at some point. Okay, there's a lot in this letter, and I hope to get through it, but if not, bear with me. So we did take a stand on the Hillside District Plan and what it had, and even though we're a far cry from the hillside, we all live downstream. And so we supported the advocates for that increase in stream setback and are happy to see that in the S version. Secondly, there are probably a few areas along Fish Creek, I'm not so sure about Hood Creek, but Fish Creek, that maybe the municipality owns or lots that are undeveloped. And so we as a council thought that adding for those areas only an additional 10-foot of riparian zone would be appropriate, because we all know these setbacks are minimum. These setbacks really aren't biologically based in order to protect the water quality and the health of the stream, but it's a balance. But for those areas that are undeveloped yet, especially municipally owned ones, we'd like to see an additional 10 feet added so that the city can actually make that stand that we know water quality is important for our creeks in this area, especially Fish Creek. Let's see. As far as the recommendations for, the riparian edge zone setback permitted uses, we like the idea of having some of the uses allowed in the riparian edge zone that cover a large area that for what is listed in for lawns and other landscaping, which allows only 50% of the total coverage on a lot allowed in that, that there's other uses within that riparian zone that could also benefit from a maximum of 50% coverage cumulatively, because you allow a shed and then you allow this and you allow that, and all of a sudden you may have covered a lot of the riparian zone. That secondary setback that really the intent is to still have that to balance out a buffer area for the stream. So we'd like to see that applicable in more areas under that section. As the speaker said earlier, Turnagain Community Council also opposes allowing as an exemption from a setback recreational fields and golf course fairways in riparian edge zone setbacks. I think that those are usually on really large lots, and to have a 50-foot setback without allowing those kind of things instead of a 25 setback, I think is a really important statement that this city can make in terms of, again, that what is the purpose of a buffer from a biological standpoint and ecological standpoint. Let's see, water setbacks allowed under prohibited uses. We just request that specifically paved and unpaved trails are listed in that, just so it's really clear. It's not currently specified in that draft, and we just like that additional language in there. The S version of this is something that we were looking for amended language from the watershed management when we went through this process, and when they did come to our community council meeting. We asked about this whole Class A and B wetlands not authorized for permit by the Corps, to separate those as separate tracts.
Thank you, Kathy. Would you please sum up? And then we've got 2 questions for you.
I will, thank you. And at that point in time, the watershed manager responded that this proposed change may have unintended consequences in terms of providing incentives to preserve wetlands, and that amended language would be provided later, but we never did see any amended language, so we'd love for you to ask the administration about that one. Again, there's couple others, but probably one that I heard brought up during the Assembly work session last Friday, and something Turnagain Community Council had identified previous to that, is the maintenance, the compliance and maintenance in terms of having to replant vegetation if it's disturbed, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody's going to see if that's actually implemented or cared for long term, and I think that's kind of a gap in this ordinance.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kathy, for your testimony. And to the first part of your testimony regarding will there be any other changes and opportunity for further public testimony, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if it's appropriate or if we can conduct a quick straw poll of the body, but no, we can't? Okay. I am in support of extending public testimony and postponing until October 2nd.
So I think what would be appropriate is to take the public testimony of people who are here tonight, and then you or Ms. Nabasi or anyone else can make a motion, and then we'll have a discussion on the motion. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. A couple of questions. You know, Ms. Gleason, we've seen you at almost all of these work sessions, so you've had an ample opportunity to be part of the conversation. And I appreciate your comment that it's difficult to hear me say that it's hard to change items at the last minute when things are up here, but that's in fact a reality. My question for you is, and it's not disrespectful of the process, just even if I propose something up here that's out of nowhere, my peers are going to go, what are you talking about? I don't know what that does to this document, and I need to study that. And so it takes time, so maybe we'll come back to it. But my question is, how did the community council vote on this communication that you've presented to us, and how many members were present when that vote was taken?
Wow, let's see.
Communication dated August 14th.
I'm sorry, what? Yeah, well, we passed our letter back in February, I believe, January, February. Our average attendance at community council meetings are probably about 25, and I would say that voting members probably between 15 and 20, and it passed unanimously.
These comments passed in your August meeting or in February?
I think we passed these in I know Watershed Management attended our January meeting. I don't recall when we passed them, probably in February.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I could provide that specific information to you, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
It's just these have been around for 5, 6, 7 months. Thank you.
Could I briefly respond?
Ms. Gleason, I think we need to move on. We've got we might have other people here too, and I think you answered his question. You said it was passed in February, so that's satisfactory.
Yes, and as I said at the beginning of my testimony, the Assembly was CC'd on these comments that we sent to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So you've had them in front of you for a while. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gleason. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Mr. McGrath?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly.
I'm sorry, could you state your name for the
My
record?
name is Tom McGrath,
Yep.
and I now live downtown. But in 1993, the Spenard Community Council got very involved in making sure that the water for Fish Creek, which was taken out of the creek in the 70s, was stubbed out so that we could put it back in the creek. That was in 93. Still hasn't happened yet. And I was very involved in the 2020 plan back in the 90s, and it was passed in 2000. And Mayor Meister presented it right before he left office. So that was 18 years ago. And this was part of that discussion 18 years ago. So if you wait until October or November, I think it's okay. If you get it right, rather than getting it wrong, it's much better to wait 2 or 3 months, get it right, than try to go back and fix something that you didn't get right. So I would really encourage you to postpone this, because just listening tonight, it's obvious that some people didn't know what was happening, and the S document was just released on Friday. So that's not fair to the public. So I really encourage you to postpone and make sure it's right before we put it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. No questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Hello, ma'am. Please state your name for the record and where you're from.
I'm Diane Holmes. This AO has as much to do with validating the legitimacy of the neighborhood and district plans as it does about stream setbacks. The HDP includes a clause that setbacks shall be 50 feet per side, and even Title 21 states that, but goes farther by including the word undisturbed. Despite that, planning still elected to diminish the setback with a hard 25 and a soft 25 riparian zone, claiming it all added up to 50. But the soft 25 can include all sorts of things like sheds, decks, lawns, and recreational fields. You're likely aware that Title 21 cannot make policy, but this AO is doing just that. The S version tries to salvage the authority of the HDP, but I don't see the critical wording to amend it, even though legal says it isn't needed. I agree that smaller lots shall have a 25-foot setback, but add the word undisturbed. But I don't agree that 50,000 square foot lots can be exempted, and you'll hear more about this next. Rather, exempt only half-acre lots platted as of the record of when Title 21 was passed. Otherwise, there's no use. Now, the unnamed streams, please know that other states don't determine setbacks on whether a stream has a name or not. All are very valid. You should know that certain P&Z members were very concerned about setting a bad precedent by altering the HDP. Another said we'd be punishing the forward-thinking residents who had included science-based white papers in the HDP if you did alter the 50-foot undisturbed setback. Now let's consider your neighborhood plans. Fred, Amy, recently you had an issue with a water line that conflicted with your plan. What would happen if it hadn't been resolved satisfactorily? Eric, Ira, the airport and coastal trail are prominent in your plan. How would you react when either comes up as an issue in a future AO? Chris? Sorry, I'm going to have to cut you out. Our neighborhood plans are designed with details not found in 2020, and as such cannot be overridden without process and amendments to them. Otherwise, why would we have such detailed plans? Pass the S version with certain amendments and the requirement to amend the HDP. And please know this. Your packet did not include what P&Z did. 5 councils, Anchorage Waterways Councils, Fish and Game, Friends of Anchorage Coastal Refuge, all asked to keep the 50-foot setbacks. undisturbed. And that was before we had the S version. We do not need to postpone. I have been to numerous councils where this has been presented. There is no need to postpone, but do amend slightly.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Sorry. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? If you'd like to testify, sir, come down on this item specifically. On stream setbacks. Please state your name and where you're from.
My name is Carl Haberman. I represent myself. Follow the public process. The public process is not an appropriate decision made by the governing body. It's more like the public interest. I live in the Matson Valley. First note, you had a work session on this item Friday, and in the work session, I noticed and I appreciate the comments from Assemblymember Domboski and recognizing when did their community council connect with this item. I note in this item its first reading was July 31st. Now, two questions here I'd like to ask you, and you should really identify it, is that on this particular item, I consider it a complex item, it's a complicated issue, and more time needs to be connected with the public, but when could you connect with the community councils? Are all your community councils meeting 12 months a year? And even if all meet 12 months a year, how can it, many of them wouldn't even have time when you schedule these items, particularly this one, to call a meeting and address it and figure out what's what. So I'll close with these comments. The more complicated an issue is, the more notice, the more opportunity for the public to be heard. And recognize you need to address the issue, and when you have this issue particularly, or what's coming up, another major issue, you need to look at how you're really connecting the community councils and have their voice heard too. Thank you very much, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. No questions? All right. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name for the record and where you're from.
Hello, I'm Nancy Pease. I'm a lifelong resident, mostly on the hillside, and a professional land use planner. My main point in testifying is to support retention of the 50-foot streamside setback that has protected all streams in the hillside since 2012. The original version before you rolls back these protections in contradiction of the Hillside District Plan. The S version before you is a far better ordinance, but still needs several revisions to create adequate stream protection that was scientifically researched and publicly endorsed in the Hillside District Plan. The most critical revision I'd like to see for the S version is to section C2 on page 13, titled Exceptions for the Hillside. This is a Trojan horse clause, a hidden invitation to encroach into the currently protected zones. The current wording in the S version places lots up to 50,000 square feet into the 25-25 two-zone category. Please understand, the majority of the land area on the hillside is R6 lots of 50,000 square feet or less. So this means that this provision allows these lots to expand lawns, sheds, gardens, decks, snow storage into currently protected riparian zones. It goes backwards. So my requested solution is to create an exception for lots 20,000 square feet or under, and there are some of those on the hillside, not the average lot of 50,000 square feet. The second revision I'd like to see is to include unnamed streams on the hillside in the 50-foot zone. Many of these streams are high up in steep or alpine areas, and they're especially vulnerable to flooding and rapid runoff. Please consider, with climate change, we have increased occurrence of winter precipitation on frozen ground. Also consider the orographic effect. We get 2.5 times the precip annually on the higher reaches, the alpine slopes, than we do down in the lower bowl. So these little streams on the hillside can become raging gushers. The third revision would apply to the whole bowl, and that is, as Ann Rappaport testified, to add to the statement of purpose, maintaining water quality and quantity, and minimizing impervious surface and retaining natural vegetation. When the administration and planning staff apply the ordinance to specific situations, this is good guidance language. Finally, the location of trails.
These versions create no setback for unpaved trails parallel to streams. The current ordinance that we have in code requires at least 15 feet. It's common sense that trampling the very edge of the bank will cause erosion. So I ask you to add a measurable minimum setback for parallel trails. In conclusion, the Hillside District Plan is clear about protecting the natural setting and especially water resources. Rabbit Creek Community Council and others voted last year to retain the current full 50 feet for the hillside. Please amend the S version as I have requested. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, wait, hold on. Mr. Dyson?
Professional experience. I'm trying to try to figure out how to weigh and balance three principles here. And it seems to me that expanding the setbacks from what they are to 50 feet may depreciate the values and use of some of the landowners along the side. And I think all of us want to protect the waterways and the creeks, but we're also required to protect private property. And I would enjoy your or others who are testifying to help us understand when this becomes a taking of private property with the restrictions that go with it, and how do we balance that interest against the everybody's interest in wanting to protect the streams. Yeah, so.
Well, yes, Title 21 has already adopted a 50-foot full setback for the Hillside District since 2012. So we have about a 5-year track record, and there were only 3 requested variances in that whole period of time, 5 years for the whole hillside. And I think that is a good indication that property owners, both with current developed lots and those who are creating subdivisions, have been able to work with the 50-foot setback, especially given acre lots and larger. So that's why it works for the hillside. We have a track record there.
If I may continue, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Or did you mean or did you imply that for all the owners along the creeks who lost some use of 25 feet of their property, none of them were unhappy?
Well, there were only 3 requests for variances, and that would indicate that others were able to make use of their property outside of the riparian zone. And in addition, there are grandfather provisions, so those who have already built a lawn or a garden, they're entitled to keep that in perpetuity.
Thank you. That's actually an excellent answer.
Don't sound so surprised, Mr. Dyson. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Any other testimony on this item? Okay. Yes, please.
Afternoon. My name is Dave D'Amato. I have the unique position of announcing to you guys that I actually am one of the 2 people in the room that were part of the Hillside District Plan. John Weddleton and I worked on the Hillside District Plan as citizens advised on the Citizens Advisory Committee. And the first point I'd like to talk to you about is that I'd really urge this body to support postponing for public testimony. Despite being on the Hillside District Plan and despite being fairly politically involved, I only found out about this ordinance at the Rabbit Creek Community Council that I attended accidentally, and the conversation came up to this particular, on this issue, and I found out there wasn't going to be a vote on it, but there was going to be a work session, and I didn't get any information about the work session time and date, but I was there because the group that Mr. Fuchs spoke about earlier, the Alliance, has formed property owners has formed on the hillside, representing 2/3 of the landowners impacted by this particular ordinance And that's an essential piece. To your point, Mr. Dyson, these are folks who have formed just recently that are impacted by this particular regulation. And they had some questions about it, and I don't believe they've really had a chance to get their ducks in a row and to be heard. So I'd really urge you to postpone the hearing until next session, if you could, to give folks a chance to weigh in on this and to make amendments that are necessary. I think there are quite a few. I think there's plenty of evidence that in this body there's a lot of evidence that folks would like to make some amendments. For my part, I would urge this body to consider the amendments that were offered up by the Alliance in terms of making a consistent standard across the water body. What we talked about in the Hillside District Plan were many things, but one of the things that we wanted to make sure of is that we weren't singling out property owners on the hillside for a differential standard for other people around the state of Alaska. We understood that hydrology was different and that there was some different science, but a science on a river, Little Rabbit Creek, for example, and you can find this in your packet. Mr. Urbanus makes the point in his testimony in one of the hearings where he says Little Rabbit Creek goes from 25 to 50 and then back to 25 when you get beyond it. That's a differing standard, and to your point, Mr. Dyson, I think that represents a taking. And I'm one of those people who would be impacted, and I can tell you I probably wouldn't apply for a variance, but I would be very unhappy if I wasn't able to use or to be able to maintain property that was taken out of that context. So, we oftentimes talk about these takings and what they mean to different people. Mr. Constant, for example, you reference in meetings regarding homelessness how the downtown zone is impacted negatively, and everybody's putting those problems here. Well, on the Hillside District Plan, we talked about, well, we don't want to be the area where all of these impositions are taking place, especially if it represents a differential standard. And that's, I think, what this document is doing right now. It's offering differential standards. So, in summary, I would urge you to postpone, revise, make better, and bring it back for a vote. Get it right.
Thank you, sir. We have a question from Mr. Constant.
Actually, again, a comment. I think that we had a speaker here today that testified that in February they passed a resolution on this item. And so I would suggest to the other members who are here from the public that there has been a lot of opportunity for public input and that people had months and months to get their ducks in a row. And I'm not saying I'm against allowing the process to take a month or two more or for it. We'll wait until that conversation happens. But the process is pretty clear. The public has been notified and the opportunities were out there. And we have people who have been here for every month since on this topic. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton, you have a question?
A little bit. So in the S version, the hillside is treated differently, and for many good reasons, because it is a hillside. But it has, for named streams, but not all of them, a 50-foot undisturbed setback. For named streams in lots under 50,000 square feet that are already platted, it would be the 20, kind of the softer 50. And for unnamed stream, the softer 50. So it sounds like you're not happy where it would change. So if we don't pass this, then I think you get what you want, and that is an undisturbed 50 feet on all streams, named or unnamed, throughout the hillside. Is that what you'd like us to do?
No, not at all. I'd actually urge you guys to, I know that only one copy was made, and I think he'll provide more, but I think you should look at the guidance document that was handed out by the Alliance chair this evening. And his language is very clear about the changes that he wants to make to Table 2107-1. I think there is some language about the ephemeral and unnamed channels, but also I think the main point is regarding the differential treatment of the larger body of streams that are on the top of page 12 in the S version, starting with Bayshore Creek and ending with Winter Creek, and turning those back into a 25-0, or turning those into a 25-0, 25 feet setback. But his language is specific and I think regulatory in nature, and we'd cover that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Thank you, sir. There are no further questions.
Actually, I'm hopeful, sir, Mr. Chair, that we could get that document emailed to us.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think they'll do that. We made some copies, but they're available on the municipal website. Sir, go ahead. Okay. There's no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Okay, not seeing anyone. I'm going to close public testimony unless there's a motion to
I move
end
to
it.
continue public testimony to the meeting of October 9th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Let's discuss this motion. Mr. Croft.
May I first, since I made the motion?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. I'll keep it very brief. First I want to tell you, sir, that sending the email, if you just send it to the municipal clerk's email, she'll send it to all of us. There you go. But I just want to say this. We have had a lot of discussion about, well, this idea has been out there for a long time. Everybody should have known about it. It was interesting to me at the work session that when I asked the staff if they had presented to any of my community councils, they said, well, only one of your councils asked for a presentation, and that was the night before P&Z, so we just didn't have a chance. Did they go back? No. And again, we have an S version here, so now it's changed. And it goes back to the public process. If it wasn't for the fact that Mr. Asmick is here for a different issue, not one person from Chugiak Eagle River would have been here. You know why? Because frankly, they don't know about it. I talked to 2 members of the advisory board that did get the presentation. One member didn't remember. It had been a while, but it was conceptual. It was before it was introduced. So it just goes back to this. Listen, I've been involved with community councils and on this body for a number of years. One of the hottest issues in my district is stream setbacks. You want to get people ticked off? Start talking about stream setbacks. And the fact that not one presentation has been made to any of my 5 community councils, to me, it's a problem. If you can get the opportunity, I know, Mr. Constant, you're dying to get in here. But if you give people the opportunity to quell their fears, to ask their questions, you might get a different result. That's all I'm asking for. And I even asked for October 9th, and frankly, I can tell you right now we have at least 2 councils that don't entertain motions the same night they hear something. So they're not even going to be able to give you an answer. But I felt like I was putting my finger up in the wind. I'm hoping people will give me at least 1 month when my community councils meet in September to talk about it. But the fact is, at least 2 of my 5 councils won't even be able to bring a resolution forward because they have rules in their bylaws that say you can't hear something and make a resolution the same night. You have to think about it for a month. Again, it just goes back to this. The two areas that are absolutely represented by testimony, it does not surprise me. Kathy Gleason and the Turnagain Community Council literally miss nothing. 0. They are on top of everything. And the hillside. I mean, but if you look at this and you look at this slide that we were giving of all the community councils, it was all South Anchorage. Lots of South Anchorage in there. And not one Chugiak Eagle River. And I just go back to, and I'll just say this and then I'll close and just ask for the body's indulgence. I'm trying to serve my community. We have a lot of rivers in Chugiak Eagle River. We have a lot of streams in Peters Creek and Chugiak and Eagle River. And I think it's fair for people to be able to be part of the process. And the fact is, this was not introduced. Yes, P&Z heard it, but it was not introduced to this body until the end of July, when community councils aren't even in session. So I will just say the last thing is, there was another comment made by planning staff that this was presented to the Federation of Community Councils. And I want to remind everybody, the FCC is a contractor. They're not established anywhere in the charter. Community councils are. And I think that matters. So with your indulgence, I would, like I said, I'm already pushing it to the maximum limit of October 9th, knowing that'll at least catch people so they can come and testify themselves. But I would appreciate the body's help with this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. And I'd ask my colleagues to please use the queue here when I'm recognizing people. So Mr. Croft was in the queue, and I accidentally deleted him. Mr. Croft, you want to go ahead, and then we'll go to Mr. Weddleton.
If Watershed Management, Jeff Urbanis is here, I'd like that question answered. I know I attended the Turnagain Community Council presentation in January, Spenard, either December or early this year. And I think a third one, North Star. So I've seen this for over the last 6 months, but was Eagle River excluded, invited? What's the truth of the matter?
Sir, if you could please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Jeff Urbanis, and I work for Watershed Management Services. Mr. Croft, through the chair, the process for this started with the AO that went to P&Z. Back in November, we did first go to the FCC. That was an opportunity. I talked to many community council presidents or representatives from the community councils were there. Specifically, I did talk to the Birchwood and then the Chugach Community Council. In addition to that, we mailed out a copy of the ordinance, a copy of the old ordinance, a summary document of the changes, since it is such a radical change, as well as a URL for a website that we created for this, which had links to all of those documents, as well as an interactive map where you could click on something and see what the setback is now, see what the setback is going to be later. One of the, and I did, Ms. Demboski did make reference to not having been out there. We didn't receive any invitations except for the one that she did bring up, which was very close to the P&Z date, and we couldn't make them. That was Chugach Community Council. I offered to go back and never heard anything. But we did meet with the Chugach Eagle River Advisory Board, which had community council members there. I mean, I'm just trying to...
Yeah, for whatever, I'm not interested really in fault. So the presentations weren't made to the Eagle River Community Councils for whatever reason.
We just didn't receive any requests.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one second. I also make sure. Are there any more questions for this gentleman before we let him sit down? You might want to sit in the front row in case there are. Mr. Weddleton? So you can go ahead and take a seat, I think. So we're still debating, discussing Ms. Demboski's motion to postpone or to continue public hearing.
I'll support the postponement because I think they should have additional chance to weigh in. But I mean, this has been front and center for Hillside because it's a critical issue, as it would be for Eagle River for over a year. The Rabbit Creek Community Council, which Mr. Pugh is chair of, dealt with it at the Planning and Zoning Commission level, and then, of course, came up in the summer. And, I would just say as a general thing, I was chair of community councils for 5 years and very, very involved with community councils. And I think community councils have a very important role in our city government and in reviewing these documents. And it is so important that when the work comes to them, they must be ready to do that work. If you're to be taken seriously, be ready to do the work. And this idea that, we take summers off, don't. The Rabbit Creek Community Council doesn't take summers off. They're very involved. If it comes out, and I don't understand how the community council, with a lot of things, we introduce it on one meeting and it comes up for public hearing 2 weeks later. It is a very difficult schedule for community councils, but that's the way we function. And community councils need to be ready for that and to deal with it. So if there are community councils that can't deal with things the first time they put it on their agenda, you are, by choice, putting yourself out of the game. And it's unfortunate, but this city needs to run, and sometimes we need to do things quickly. This particular issue, I think, is big enough and important enough that it can wait. But, community councils need to pay attention. They get the information mailed to them. Check your mail, read it, get the word out there. They've had their opportunities twice with the Planning and Zoning Commission and also community councils. Every community council has. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Traney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting this motion to postpone to October the 9th. I've been trying to get with community councils for a long time to get them to understand they need to meet monthly. Years ago, we used to be able to take the summer off for community councils, but this town's become a lot more complex, a lot more issues like the marijuana issues that I've been working with a lot of them that have been meeting through the summertime because no longer can we just take the summer off because things aren't postponed. So I'll be supporting this one, though. Because Ms. Demboski's right, that area really is concerned with its water quality and the impact on those that have property near the water streams. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Perman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll also be supporting the motion to postpone. If I heard Jeff Urbanis say correctly, he didn't have public presentations to the community councils because they did not ask for them. When we had our two presentations, 2 work sessions, I came out of those thinking, well, I've heard 2 work sessions that good work's been done. It sounded like a compromise plan. But I remember looking at those organizations and community councils that had been, the presentation had been made to. And I have some background on this. You probably remember I was the chair of the Rabbit Creek Community Council, even though I'm a West Anchorage guy now. And I've gone through this before. This is like major deja vu all over again from at least 25 years ago. It keeps coming up every 5 or 10 years. And I know when I saw that list, I said, you know, I'll support this unless people show up and say, I didn't have a chance for input, I couldn't get input for this reason. It requires outreach, and you have to know where those outreaches are. And I'm speaking now particularly of, we've had a number of folks here tonight say they would like to have more input. The Alliance on one side, professional biologists on the other. I just think we need to have more discussion. So that's my, sorry, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The question that hasn't been asked yet, Mr. Schutte, what's the net effect of a delay? Okay.
Jeff?
Mr. Constant, through the chair. I guess the only... The idea of juggling community councils had come up. When we originally started this in last fall, we were trying to accommodate the community council schedule so that we would have it hopefully passed by the beginning of 2018, or at least the beginning of the building season. Clearly that's gone. So I guess in terms of like an orderly, logical implementation of whatever ends up passing, I guess if it does delay to October, I guess we'd go back to the original strategy, which is to like have it be adopted and in place before people start planning their 2019 construction projects. And if I may, maybe I just didn't articulate this well. I live in Chugiak. I would have been happy to go out there. It would be a lot easier than going to Girdwood or a lot easier going to South Anchorage. We went everywhere we were asked, and we just simply weren't asked.
Thank you. So if I could summarize that, then the net effect is that it's just procedural for the next year. No train comes crashing off the tracks if this doesn't pass. Thank you.
And just a quick follow-up to that. So we're talking about October 9th, but we also have a meeting on September 25th. Is there any appreciable difference between September 25th and October 9th? No. Okay. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you. I do appreciate all the work. Excuse me, I have a tickle in my throat. All the work that's been done. I think there's been a tremendous amount. And Jeff, right now, I'm formally asking you to contact, and I want you to give presentations at Chugiak, Birchwood, South Fork, Eagle River Valley, Eagle River, and Eklutna. And I'll personally call each of the community council presidents to make sure they fit you on the agenda. I just think it's a really important issue, and I want people to understand it and ask all their questions before we vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to point out that one of the reasons that community councils have chosen not to meet during the summer is in many occasions they are unable to get a quorum in the summertime as people are out fishing and camping and enjoying whatever good weather we happen to have that particular time. So, yeah, that was last month. But, so, yeah, I will also be in favor of delaying this so that we can get more input. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I don't see any more discussion. Please vote on the motion. Oh, before we vote on this, I want to note for members of the public who might be watching, or people who are here, rather, if you testified, even though we're extending public testimony, if you testified already tonight on this item, you won't be able to testify again the next time we hear this. But other people can. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. Thank you. It's intriguing to me. Many of the people at this table got started in the community councils, as did I, and a diluvian. And it's a genius system of it's in our ordinances to involve and inform the constituents, the citizens. Doesn't work really well. Yeah. There's some 35,000 people in there, or a little more in the area that Ms. Demboski and I represent, and 5 or 6 community councils. And sometimes they could meet in a phone booth, and like many of them. And so just rough calculation, community councils maybe reach face-to-face 1 out of over 350 people in our area. And I think it's utterly fallacious for us to think that if we've notified the community councils, the population out there knows what's going on. You all have watched over the last 10 or 15 years a shift from getting our information from the newspaper till the newspapers are struggling to stay alive. We have a couple in our area. I think the only reason they're economically viable is they carry all the legal notices, which I've never run into a homo sapien who ever reads them. Maybe a few attorneys and so on. But it's a flawed system of getting the word out. It's been my misfortune to be very close to very, very bright women. I've won 2 arguments with my wife in 52 years, and it's very difficult to work with Miss Demboski because she's almost always right. The few times she misses, it's a train wreck, but she's absolutely right on this, and we need to think about, are there better ways to make sure that citizens get notified and aware of these things, that some of it has a profound effect. Anyways, that's all a long-winded way of saying amen to Ms. Demboski's proposal that we delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Okay, no further discussion in the queue, so let's vote on the motion to continue public hearing until October 9th. Okay, that passes unanimously. I think, yes, I think I was going to suggest the same thing.
This will be the main event.
Yes, that's true. I think we should take a 3-minute bathroom break before we start what is going to be quite a lot of testimony. So, quick bathroom break.
Frank, we got your email, sir.
If my colleagues could please take their seat, we're going to start with item 14K. Folks could please take their seats. We are now on item 14K, ordinance number AO 2018-63, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the Anchorage Municipal Code to add a new chapter to prohibit certain retail sellers from distributing disposable plastic shopping bags and providing for civil fines. I'll just note for those in the audience, there are a number of amendments that are going to be debated tonight, and those are all in the boxes just outside if you want to look at them. We'll also hopefully be posting them up on the screen so you can read them as we debate them, assuming that we get to the point where we actually have discussion tonight. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, we're dealing with both the original and the S version.
Yes, so we're going with the S version. Is that right, Mr. Traney? So we'll be discussing the S version tonight. All right, with that, I will open public testimony. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? If so, please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes each.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Tom McGrath. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. I also live in the downtown area. I ask that you reject AO 2018-63S. In reading the language of the Anchorage Charter, especially Section 10.02, actions requiring an ordinance, I think that AO 2018-63S is a stretch of what was envisioned when the Anchorage Charter was ratified. When I voted for the Charter in 1975, I never envisioned, nor do I think anybody else envisioned, an ordinance such as this. This ordinance is a bad idea on lots of levels, especially the cost of it will be borne by the residents of Anchorage during this current recession. Also, it is trying to control what cannot be controlled, even at a huge cost. There and will be plastic bags of various types used for many purposes in Anchorage forever. Most days I pick up trash in A Street Core Park, and plastic items are many and varied, with plastic bags being a very small portion of the plastic items found. We need to go in to regulate plastic bottles, of which I find the most of, or chicken containers from Costco, which are plastic, parts of vehicles, and on and on. Where does this stop? I believe it should stop now. Places ill-conceived ordinance on the ash heap that exists for many ill-conceived ordinances that have gone before. And please, please do not outlaw my Costco chicken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. There are no questions. All right. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
I'm Daniel Deering. I've been an Anchorage resident since 1962. I'm right in mid-Anchorage. If any of you considering banning plastic bags, I beg of you to reconsider, because it's a terrible disservice to the thousands of people that use them, and actually to the environment. It actually does more harm than good. They say that it affects wildlife. If the birds find they like to eat plastic, they sure can find more plastic than eating a plastic bag. And has anybody seen a dead moose or a cat or a dog or a bear that has died from eating plastic? I don't think so, or possible, but very unlikely. As far as the waterway, this is Anchorage. The waterway has no fish in it that eat anything. They're salmon. They're just going to spawn. It's silly. Now, as far as the environment, Dick Traney said he went to the transfer station or the garbage dump, and there's bags all over the place. Well, yeah, did he notice that they're full of trash? They're tied up nice and tight, and others that maybe don't have anything in them had something in them? Thousands and thousands of people use these things. They're under the sink. You put the nasty stuff in there, the oil, the rotten stuff. You tie it up and you put it in the garbage can, and then you finally take it out to the green can. If you don't have these plastic bags, it's all going to be dumped in the green can. Or this nasty stuff is flushed down the drain in the toilet. Is that a good idea? There's 30,000 dogs, they say, in Anchorage. Everyone poops on the ground every day. What are people going to do? They're going to take a shovel and put it every day in the green can? Or is it better to put it in a plastic bag, tie it up, and put it in there so it doesn't do anything? How about the baby diapers? Man, there's all kinds of them. You don't want to keep those in the house very long. They're going to trot out to the garbage can and the green can and put them in there. Do you want those floating around? As far as the environment is concerned, in subsequent years after I moved here, this city was awash in trash for the before plastic bags were available. Now there's there's thousands of more people, just so many more people, and the city is very clean. What happens when these garbage cans turn over in the wind? The small stuff is tied up in a nice bag. Most of it, anyway. Some of it might fly out. We had a big windstorm this weekend. Did anybody see a bag in a tree? I didn't see any. I didn't even see any floating around. I spent lots of time on the water in all these years, and I've never seen one on the shore. I've never lost one in the water, and I've never seen one in the water.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. So I would ask everyone to respect each other's testimony. Please.
My name is Stephanie Thornton, and I'm from Eagle River, and this is
Isabella Thornton.
Also from Eagle River. So we'll keep this nice and short. We admit that plastic bags are very convenient, but they're doing more harm than good. There is a study from the Wall Street Journal that was actually also published in the Frontiersman out in Wasilla that stated that the U.S. uses 1 billion single-use plastic grocery bags per year. Only 1 to 3% are recycled. That same article in the Frontiersman also talked about how there are animals that have died from ingesting plastic bags out in the valley, caribou, moose, etc. We pick up trash every spring, and I can tell you that there are more and more plastic bags that we are having to pick up. There are bags stuck in trees that are 30 feet up that we can't get to. And then most recently, we were out hiking in Baldy, up Baldy in Eagle River, and I'll let my daughter tell you what we discovered.
When we were walking back, we saw this pile of bear scat, and there was a blue plastic bag, in it, and the bear had eaten the plastic bag and then, pooed it out. Sorry.
So we would just like to ask you to vote to get rid of these single-use bags. There are plenty of other alternatives. Other cities around the country have found, and even within Alaska, have found alternatives for these. So they're not necessary, and they are harming the environment. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. There are no questions.
Hello, my name is Karen Dahl, and I live in Midtown Anchorage.
Ma'am, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Yeah, I will. I strongly believe that the banning of plastic bags in Anchorage is of vital importance to wildlife, to ocean and land, and to human health and the continued well-being of our planet. Microplastics, ingestion of microplastics of plastic bags and other plastics are in our water, are of great harm to animals, and microplastics are in our water. And I indeed have even heard that they have been found in the blood of animals and humans. The plastic that we use now will be here for hundreds of years, maybe more, and actually more. And only about 9% of plastic is successfully recycled, and that is due to recent articles in National Geographic and The Economist. And that means that 90% of the plastic that is created ends up somewhere in our world and harms people and animals and the earth. Change is very hard, and this will be a difficult change for many people, but I believe it's a necessary change, and I hope that it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Grace Johnston. I live over in Rabbit Creek. I sent you all an email a couple of weeks ago showing the results of a poll that I did in Rabbit Creek and the surrounding neighborhoods. This was done via Nextdoor, which requires anyone who signs up on it to verify their physical address. So these are people who definitely live in this neighborhood and the surrounding areas. The results from the poll were surprising to me. I had initially thought that there was no way Anchorage was going to support a plastic bag ban. In fact, 71% of respondents, of which there were over 200, supported either a tax or a complete ban, not just on plastic bags, but also on single-use straws and coffee cup lids. I found this striking, and because I live in a moderately conservative district, I don't believe that this issue follows any kind of party lines. I think that this is a local and a global issue. I have heard other people say that they don't believe that plastics are bad for the environment. I have deployed in the Navy. Pulling into Hong Kong, their harbor is a mess, and China no longer accepts our plastics for recycling. So when it has nowhere to go, nations are dumping it into the ocean. So we need to realize as a community and as a country, I think, that we have a problem with plastics consumption, and we need to curb it wherever we can. Otherwise, we're going to end up buried in our own mess. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a question from Mr. Perman.
Yes, I want to thank you for doing it. I remember that email I sent, and I emailed you back saying, this is one of the best data points of public opinion I've seen that we've had on this. It was a fairly decent-sized sampling, certainly not scientific, but it also backs up what John Weddleton did on his own, asking his customers and clients, and came up with similar numbers, and myself as well. And I had a much smaller sample, but I had about 70% running in favor. A question for you is, were you able, can you tell us, or do you know what percentage of the folks would go for some kind of a payment, whether it's a fee per bag? What did that turn out to be?
The poll results were 6% supported a tax, but 6% supported a tax, but one of those was me, and I'm just as happy with the ban. 6%, yes, out of the 71% who wanted some kind of tax or ban. So the vast majority were in favor of a ban. And I think it was 43% supported a ban on all three items, the bags, plus the straws, plus the drink cup lids.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony, and thank you for your service. Next. Yep, come on down.
Hello, everybody. My name is Genevieve Mina. I live in Midtown Anchorage in the Airport Heights neighborhood, and I am speaking as one of the members of Plastic-Free Anchorage, which is more of a grassroots group that is seeking to reduce overall plastic usage in the municipality. For me personally, I forget my reusable bags all the time. I am a guilty user of plastic bags, and a lot of that is because I haven't really developed the habit of not using my plastic bags and bringing my tote bags to Fred Meyer or what have you. But I remember doing trash pickups at East High School on Northern Lights from Braga, extending all the way to Boniface, and seeing plastic bags all the way around the roadway. These plastic bags do contaminate our environment. And when I would travel to places like in Oregon and in DC, their plastic bag bans work fine. it's not the end of the world, and people shift pretty easily towards using tote bags and the reusable bags because it's simply a change of habit. And I think that's the important thing with this ordinance. I support, first of all, the bag because I think that once you have, the ban, because once you have the ban of the plastic bags, people will shift through alternatives like the boomerang bags that many people sew in the community, or perhaps hemp bags or whatever other tote bags that we have. Second of all, I support that the fee that the ordinance has because it is a good disincentive for people to actively think about the fact that they are using plastic bags. And third of all, I do also support the amendment that Assemblymember Weddleton presented because it increases the weight of the plastic bag to 4 mils, and I believe that avoids the loopholes that some places like in Wasilla had where they had plastic bags, but they were just slightly heavier, right? In the long term, I believe that this is a good first step towards reducing plastics in Anchorage. And additionally, I think that this is going to help our community realize the footprint that we have in Anchorage and in this place that we have such a privilege to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. There's one question from Mr. Weddleton.
Not a question, just a clarification. I do have some amendments I'll propose, and one of them is to decrease from 4 mil actually down to 1.25.
We have a comment from Mr. Trainee that I think is.
Well, mine is to change it to 4 mils. His is to take it even less.
So.
Okay. Basically, what we've got is an epidemic of plastic tumbleweeds in Anchorage. This will help us get rid of it. Just get a handle on it. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Constant.
And mine is to ban them outright. And we'll have that debate tonight, so we'll get somewhere in the middle, I bet.
All right, Mr. Perman. Oh, I'm sorry. What's that? Okay, good. Great. Thank you, Ms. Mina. I appreciate it. All right.
None of those were questions.
Well, actually asking questions is not our strong suit. So, please, 3 minutes. Oh, my fault.
I'm done already.
No, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Senna Berrig, Sanneberrig. I live downtown. Been in Alaska since 1982. I was recycling coordinator on the Kenai Peninsula from 92 until 96, and I'm so happy to finally start seeing these ordinances passing around the state. I just want to give you a little bit of data that's just overwhelming. I'm sure you may have heard this article from the Post that by 2050, there will be more plastic in the oceans than fish. And then people go, well, that might be 10% off. It's like, okay, by 2060, there'll be more plastic in the oceans than fish. Either way, not a good idea. I support banning the plastics altogether. I don't think a dime or 20 cents is a big disincentive when we, pay $1,000 for our new technology and stuff. The production of plastic has increased from 2 metric tons a year, starting in 1950, to 380 metric tons a year in 2015. So it's compounded annual growth rate of 8.4%. The total from 1950 to 2015 is 7,800 metric tons. Half of this, 3,900 metric tons, was produced just between 2002 and 2015. Approximately 4,900 metric tons, or 60% of all plastic ever produced, has been discarded into landfills and into the natural environment. There's a great article I urge you to read. It's a succinct title, Production, Use, and Fate of All Plastics Ever Made. It's from 2017. It's a research article taken from Scientific Advances. It just talks literally about plastic and on the planet. The costs are borne by consumers at the end of the day anyway, and as we're hearing some of these surveys taken, I've been talking about recycling since the early 80s in Alaska, brick wall head. Now it's great to see how much more is available, but the plastic bans, it is a habit. It's a habit to get into. You go into the store, and you go, oh, forgot the bags. You can either get them. Hawaii has banned plastic bags from everywhere on all the islands now. It works great. People either bring their bags, they can get a paper bag, but you see people carrying their bags all the time. So I just urge you to ban the use of single-use plastic grocery bags. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, there's a question from Mr. Dyson.
Which is? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I'm glad you clarified. You said earlier that you wanted to ban plastics, that your last comment was
Well, plastic, this is about the plastic bag groceries.
Yeah. So,
It's a big
but-
topic, of course, I understand.
But the figures you quoted on the metric tons of, that wasn't for plastic bags, that was plastics in total.
Right.
All right.
60% of that amount gets started,
All right.
so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Hello,
Hello, you want to pull that down? Yeah, great.
my name is Kate Duplessis, and this is my daughter, Aurora Lily Duplessis. We live on the south edge of downtown. I'm also an ecologist who is an author on a 2015 scientific publication titled The Vertical Distribution of Buoyant Plastics at Sea, an observational study in the North Atlantic Gyre, published in 2015 in Biogeosciences. One of our findings is that microplastics are extremely abundant in the water surrounding the remote island of Bermuda. Bermuda is roughly 800 miles from the coastline of the United States. Raise your hand if you know what microplastics are.
I think I do.
Okay, so for people who don't know, microplastics are the plastics we don't see. And one really important issue regarding plastic bags is in the ocean, bags break down into microplastics. So we don't see them. They hold on to toxins, and they are ingested by the organisms that feed our salmon. Microplastics have been found in tap water, bottled water, seafood, and plant food fertilizers. They are pervasive. One other thing I want to say is I shop locally at Cars near downtown. I never take plastic bags, no matter how many groceries I buy. Yesterday, I was at the grocery store, and I bought way more groceries than I had bags for. And what ended up happening was, all the clerks know me by now. I load my groceries into my cart, and I bring them out to my car. There were some young American Samoan children, teenagers, that were in the grocery store, and they helped me load my groceries into my cart, and then helped me load my groceries into my car, and then tried to push my cart back for me, which I wouldn't let them do. But what I wanted to say was, this issue can be used to build community. One of the local organizations is working on creating bags, reusable bags for community members. I know one major issue that people probably think about is people who don't have a lot of money, how do they survive? I mean, they're already being taxed, right? They don't have enough. If in Bermuda, for instance, one of the local grocers gave out 40,000 reusable bags in an attempt to curb plastic, well, they didn't have plastic bags, but in order to curb disposable bag use. I think that Anchorage could come together and we can do anything here. Let's use this issue to build community.
Thank you, ma'am. There's one question from Mr. Weddleton.
Hi, thanks. So I understand there's a huge amount of plastics in our oceans. But does that come from places like Anchorage where we have a very good functioning landfill? I mean, that's where our plastics typically go. Some blows out into the world, but virtually all of it goes in the landfill.
I don't think that you can say that definitively. I think that a lot of people try to make sure that their bags go into the landfill. I do know that some companies have been found to be dumping plastics into the ocean. A woman previously said that China's not accepting our plastics anymore, which is true. Where are these plastics going to go? I mean, first of all, when is the landfill going to be full? Second of all, these plastic bags float and fly and get into the water. So even if you do everything possible to make sure they get in the landfill, they could blow off the top of the landfill in a windstorm and go into a waterway and make their way to the ocean. The fact that we eat salmon here, there's plastic in the ocean here. People, I don't know of any studies done in this particular area in the ocean, but if we did the studies, we would see there's plastic in our ocean here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Thank you, ma'am. There are no further questions. All right. Please state your name and where you're from.
Good evening. I'm Dorothy Childers. I live in Indian. And it's hard to come to town in the evening on a rainy evening, but this issue is so important to me that I just was compelled. I'm very excited about it. I strongly support its passage, and I hope that it can be as strong as possible when you get to voting. As Mr. Traney pointed out in his memo, this plastic bag ban has really become a movement. There are 11 communities in Alaska, according to his memo, that have passed something like this, and lots of other states, communities in lots of other states, and as was described in previous testimony, other countries. So I think it's time for Anchorage to be on the positive bandwagon here. And I realize that a lot of the plastic pollution in our oceans and across the landscape may not come from Anchorage, and it's truly a global phenomenon and a global problem. But we're a local community, and we get to choose how we want to behave. And I think the more local communities that take action on this issue, the better. And we lead by example. So I hope that it passes, and I don't mean to sound self-righteous, but I am a die-hard cloth bag carrier, and it's not very hard. It's really not very hard, and it's a great gift. Everyone wants to give you cloth bags. I have tons of beautiful cloth bags, and I'd be delighted to share them with people who don't have one yet. But it's not hard. We haven't been using these thin single-use bags for very long in our human history. We don't need them, and I think it's really a good move for Anchorage to be on the positive side of things and act on this, because you can. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there no questions? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rose Chamberlain. I live in Fairview area. I went to the grocery store today, a retail store, because I read in the newspaper that you were going to spend some time tonight on the plastic ban. So I was curious. I took the time out of my day today to spend a few minutes inside a retail store. I talked to several people and asked them 2 questions. My first question was, did you know the Assembly was going to talk about the plastic bag ban today? And out of the 12 people that I asked, they all said no. So, Mr. Dyson, I appreciate your comment today that we need to get more better communication out to the communities. Then the second question I asked was, so what are you more concerned about? Are you concerned about plastic bags, or are you concerned about the crime in the city? Well, the unanimous answer was, we are concerned about the crime in the city. So I'm here to ask, when you were elected, what was your purpose? Was your purpose to ban plastic bags, or was your purpose to be a representative of the people of Anchorage, Alaska, to continue to make this a safe place to live? I believe the majority of your constituents would prefer that their families would be put ahead of the environment. So as you are spending all of this passionate time on whether or not we should ban plastics, as you had Mr. Moe here earlier today, will you be as passionate for his family and for his neighborhood to make sure that his children can spend a day out in their yard without being worried about being run over? I count well over 14 plastic bottles in this room. So what will be next? What will you want to ban next? Will you want to ban plastic drinking bottles? Will you be as passionate about something that you have found to be convenient? So I'm just asking that whatever is in your authority to do, that you make the safety of the people of Anchorage, as passionate as you are about this plastic ban. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. All right.
Hi, my name's Donovan Camp, and I live down on Arctic Raspberry area.
You want to lift up the microphone a little bit?
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm a kind of lifelong Alaskan, and I'm here as a volunteering member of Plastic Free Anchorage, also a board member on the Waterway Council, and a transportation engineer. I think one piece of insight that I've kind of gained from moving down to Anchorage is a litter problem that Anchorage seems to have. I bike a lot around Anchorage, all over the place, like many thousand miles a year, and I see what's on the sides of the road. And I also like seeing all that. It's kind of inspired me to help clean up the city. I often go out on my own time, do things like plogging, where you pick up litter as exercise. And I can definitely say that I pick up a lot of plastic bags. I often don't have to bring them out because, bring out my own bags because I find enough of them on the sides of the road. And definitely also as a transportation engineer, I also inspect culverts, and I see a lot of plastic bags in the lakes and streams, and so I know this is going right into our drainage facilities and into our oceans. One thing that concerns me is the percentage of what is going in are these single-use items. I know that the EU is looking at banning these top 10 single-use items that they say make up 70% of what's going in to the oceans from kind of first world nations. And so I think this is a good step to kind of curbing what we are putting into the ocean. So we might not be the primary culprit for polluting our oceans, but we do our part, and we do send a message when we do these kinds of bans. Traveling abroad, I've seen in Europe that they have these bans in place, and it works. People bring their own bags. They've gotten used to it. It is just something they do, and there's just doesn't seem to be much issue. And they do have a fee there. Usually, if you forget your bag, I understand you have to carry your groceries somehow, and so if they need to buy a bag, that works. So they understand that, and that fee, I feel like, is critical to just kind of reminding them that that is costing you something. I mean, there is a cost to these bags. Statistically, they fly out of your car. I don't want somebody to stop on the side of the highway. If a bag flies out of their car, I feel like that's more dangerous to stop on the Seward Highway to go try to grab a bag that flew out, but they do fly out. I've had one fly out of my car, and I think everybody probably has if they own a truck. It just kind of happens. And so I think the fee, and then also just kind of studying the issue a lot, I think we've seen the bans happening around Alaska, and I think the 4 mil or higher is pertinent to not increasing more plastic use. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, my name is George Donnert, and I live in the Valley of the Moon area. And I'm also a commercial fisherman. I fish out on the lower Yukon River, and out there, communities have banned plastic bags, and it's great. You get to town, and people are carrying this kind of bag around when they go shopping. Got them tied on their four-wheelers, or just carrying them in their hands, whatever. And the reason they did that was because the plastic bags were everywhere. They were ubiquitous. It was really people were very concerned because they're very much in touch with the animals and fish that live around there, because that's their sustenance. That those communities out there are subsistence communities. And it's really, really ugly, too. And the stuff is like what was the term was the tumbleweed, the plastic tumbleweeds. And it's fantastic to see how much less plastic bags you saw once it was banned. It was they banned it, I know, in Emonic in about 2005. So over 10 years ago. And you still find the plastic bags because they're still out there and they're still blowing around, but not as many as we used to find. We used to catch them in our nets all the time, and we used to, when we'd be, digging holes in the bank of the river, we'd find plastic in there too. It's hanging out in the log jams along the side. So, and so much of that, just as soon as it hits the river, it's going to the ocean. So, basically it was out of interest that people didn't want to see the natural system that sustained them ending up, with these plastic in it all the time. I also want to say that the plastic bag ban will probably affect me, even though I use these all the time, because I pick up trash all the time as I'm walking, and I usually find a plastic bag to put the trash into, but if I don't find the plastic bags, then I'll have to bring my own, but I think we can do it. If a community, if Emonic can do it, if Mountain Village, those communities can do it, we can do it too.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Right.
Hi, I'm Carol Montgomery with the Mat-Su Zero Waste Coalition. I live in Palmer, and I wanted to talk with you about how things are playing out in the valley. Palmer's bag ban doesn't go into effect until January 1st, but Wasilla's ban on bags less than 2.25 mils went into effect July 1st. And the first thing I want to say is it hasn't been a problem. The frontiersmen covered the change on July 3rd, and to quote them, it's gone very smoothly. It's no big deal. We did a lot of outreach to people with radio ads, and we went to community councils and met with other community groups. I think that was helpful. The other point I want to make is that Walmart is the only major retailer that's charging for the bags. So they started giving out the heavier bags for free, and then they ran out of them. And then after that, they started charging 10 cents a bag. They say it's been going really well. The manager's very positive about the whole thing. They began selling reusable bags that were designed by a local artist, and they're really nice, and they have the iconic water tower in Palmer. And he said those sold out so quickly that they couldn't keep them in stock. He said they'd become a local status symbol. I know there's been some concern about low-income customers, so it's significant that Value Village and Wasilla voluntarily stopped using plastic bags even before the ban went into effect. They're charging 10 cents for paper bags, and they sell their own reusable bags for 99 cents, which the manager told me are selling like crazy. And when their customers forget to bring their own bag, they just carry the purchases out to the car without a bag. It's not a problem. That's also what people are doing at Walmart. When they don't want to pay for a bag and they forget their own bag, they just put their stuff in the cart, like at Costco, and just usually, if they have a bag in the car, or they just put it in their car. It's no big deal. Small retailers, All Seasons Clothing Company, House of Bread, Fran's Bakery are charging for paper bags, and they feel positively about the ordinance. They say it has not hurt their business. Unfortunately, Target and Lowe's are still handing out the heavier plastic bags for free. Walgreens, Sportsman's Warehouse, Famous Footwear, Petco, auto parts stores, AIH, Home Depot, Cars, and Fred Meyer's are all giving out paper bags for free. But Sportsman Warehouse is also making use of their recycled boxes at the front register, like they do at Costco. Interestingly, it's the small retailers that are the most willing to charge for the bags, and they say it doesn't hurt their business. But the stores least likely to charge are the major corporate retailers that can absorb the past, and they're the ones that have the most impact. So in summary, I would really urge you to pass the S version of this ordinance with the fee, because without the fee, the stores, the major retailers will give away the bags for free.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your testimony. There are no questions.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Deborah O'Leary, and I own a company called Green Alaska Solutions, and we sell compostable and biodegradable food service disposables to businesses and individuals in Anchorage and in other communities throughout Alaska. And I'm here today. I brought some samples to testify to the integrity, the strength, the affordability, and the environmental benefit of using 100% compostable T-shirt bags and other types of garbage bags. These are made from 100% plant-based materials. They break down very easily. They can be composted, turned into soil in a commercial composting facility or even in your backyard composting pile. They break down without a trace. We have been selling these bags for 10 years. with very rave reviews and a lot of support. A lot of businesses, restaurants, and retail businesses in Anchorage and throughout Alaska use these bags. We've benefited many of the communities that have banned plastic bags and who have allowed compostable bags within their ordinances. We send lots of these around the state to other communities. I do want to support the bag fee because I do think I have read some reports that indicate that a bag fee is a very successful way of reducing plastic bag usage. And the 10-cent bag fee that is in the current proposal, I believe, is the exact cost of these bags, of a single bag. So I do believe that companies, businesses can sell these bags without a loss to revenue, and it's not going to create any new revenue, them selling the bag at a higher price than what they're paying for it. So I would encourage in the ordinance to require that when somebody has to buy a bag, like I have to periodically because I forget my reusable bags, that they are given a compostable bag or a biodegradable bag instead of a plastic bag, because obviously the goal of this ordinance is to eradicate plastic bags or at least reduce them in our environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you. There are two questions for you. Mr. Trainee.
Ma'am, you said those are biodegradable?
Yes.
Okay, and they run, 10 cents each?
Well, the biodegradable bags run from 6 to 10 cents each.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Depending on the company that you purchase them from.
Thank you. A question from Ms. Tafts.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, it sounds like these bags break down fairly quickly, in a compost pile or maybe under landfill conditions. But what I'm wondering is, if you don't trap it in a landfill and it's just kind of blowing around, under those conditions, do they also break down fairly quickly?
They do. They break down very easily. And like I said, we've sold them for 10 years, and we have a lot of data from the companies that make them that indicate that is definitely the case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tafts. Mr. Peterson has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was wondering, do you have any bags that are made out of industrial hemp?
No, we don't sell any bags made out of that material.
That's a business opportunity for someone out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Perman, I remind my colleagues we have a lot of people left to testify. Go ahead, Mr. Perman.
Would a single day's rain decompose those bags? Or at least make them not fly around?
Possibly. I mean, they're definitely, they're more susceptible to moisture.
Okay.
But I'd also, I provide produce bags made from the same material. And I provide those to many farmers in the valley and at the markets. And, they hold up very well with, the wet, the moisture of the vegetables.
Thank you, Mr. Perman. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just a follow-on question to Mr. Peterson's. Do you have any manufacturing up here, or is that feasible, do you imagine?
No, these aren't manufactured up here. Actually, this compostable bag that I brought a sample of is manufactured in the United States, but there are no manufacturing facilities up here for this type of product.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Can you pass those around?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Good final question, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. If you give it to the clerk, please.
Good evening. My name is Margie Deshevsky. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I'm here to testify in support of a bag ban and fee. And I'm here on behalf of AYA, Alaska Youth for Environmental Action. So it's pertinent to share with you all that early this summer, our group of statewide youth leaders thoroughly discussed a number of different environmental topics to focus their initiatives on, and selected promoting bag bans around the state and their communities as the number one issue that they're going to focus on for the following year. So there's a lot of interest in youth around the state, and in our conversations to date, we've been talking about ways to support education and outreach to promote access to reusable bags for low-income communities. That's certainly a big concern, as well as looking at the consumptive consumer patterns and issues of single-use items that are using fossil fuels in the face of peak oil and climate change. It's irresponsible to waste these precious resources on single-use items. So with that, I just want to share a few stats from around the world. Other countries have taken legislative action to reduce the use of plastic bags. China in 2008, Botswana in 2007. So here we are, 2018. We can do this in Alaska. One other example, Ireland's 15 € tax on plastic bags brought down usage by 90%.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, my name is Fallon Gleason. I live in District 5. This summer, I have invested a lot of time in our parks. I've worked there, I've volunteered there, and I also enjoy them with my family. And it's really incredibly disheartening to see these bags all the way in the ponds, the tops of the trees, definitely in between, even landing a small stream in my neighborhood. I see them a lot. I see neighborhood kids pulling them out. And I'd also like to say that even if we are not the world's biggest, if we are not the biggest part of this problem, we can still be a great way to fix it. I took a trip to Hawaii a couple years ago, and where they have this plastic ban or the plastic bag ban, and since then I've been hoping for something like this in Anchorage, and I'm really excited to hear that it's a possibility, and I hope it does come true. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no questions. Go ahead.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Mountain Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more like in the public interest. In reference to this proposed ordinance for a public hearing tonight, as I attended the work sessions you had Friday on this subject. I also attended the previous one you had on a work session, and also attended the public hearings in the city of Wasilla and the city of Palmer on the subject, where they passed an ordinance dealing with this issue. One thing stands out among all the meetings I attend and all the information that's going out, and I'm disappointed that it's not getting out to the public. And what is this? Is this really a ban on shopping bags? No, it's not. Plastic shopping bags. No, it's not. It's basically changing the thickness of a plastic bag, and the environmental concerns in the state, in the nation, in the world, you remain with plastic. So the public and in the press, and you hear these words, you hear it even in a line from the memorandum of AM 480 2018, with the line that said that the legislative report in March 17 committees in the state no longer allow plastic shopping bags, and 11 of them formally adopt ordinances and resolutions. One in the city of Wasilla. With all due respect, this is what exists at Walmart in Wasilla. It's still here. Now, the second thing, a key point I'd like to address is this. Prior to the scenarios of Wasilla and the communities dealing with plastic and where they're going, the idea of the public consumer, they were basically said, okay, here's a bag, whether it's plastic or whatever, and there was no charge. Yes, there was a charge. Basically, the business in the community were basically having what we call a business expense, and they just wrote it as that. But when we're dealing with this issue, what you're concentrating on is the cost and putting it right out there in front. Well, this is not the way to go. Why are you switching gears? Why is this whole pattern of the customer picking up, whether it's paper or plastic or whatever, why are they saying now you have to pay? And I believe part of the reason why you're seeing that is businesses such as Walmart and others are encouraging the scenario that we're going to charge, we're going to do it this way. But the premise of you going into this issue of dealing with plastic, you're not dealing with the health issue in the community, in the state, and the nation, you're not getting rid of the issue of plastic. You're basically passing an ordinance that's saying plastic is here, we're going to continue using plastic, but we're going to just change the formula that it's going to be thicker or whatever, and that's what they did in Wasilla. And it's deceiving. And you have to dig not too long into these documents in Wasilla and whatever, in Palmer and in Anchorage, to see that this is what's going on. But unfortunately, the media, the press, and just closing with its remarks, have led this picture, including yourselves, led this picture that we're banning disposable shopping plastic bags. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for your testimony. No. There we go. We've outlasted the news. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name's Sophie Tidler. I'm kind of in transition, but I'm currently living in South Anchorage, sort of. I'm here today to share my overwhelming support and commitment to this ordinance. I want to thank this assembly deeply for giving this such a great consideration, and I also want to recognize everyone here today that are committed and supportive to moving in the direction towards zero waste. Since this winter, I've been focused on this issue of the plastic bag ban. I've researched legislation, drafted, and sent an ordinance to this assembly, hoping to boost the legal conversation. I wrote an opinion piece for ADN, hoping to get the community on board. And I helped start the local group Plastic Free Anchorage, which hopefully you all have stickers now. And I've testified for the State House Bill 264, and now I'm here. I honestly don't know what else I can do today or say today to make my message of support and direction for change any more obvious, so I'll keep this kind of short and sweet. On my desk, I have a little unreferenced quote that says, "Turn your melodrama into a mellow drama." And that is what I think working on this topic does for me. It takes the massive issues like consumerist culture, plastic waste, pollution, and just overall impending environmental doom, and allows me to mellow it out and focus on some tangible change. So yes, I have further desire to challenge the waste culture in this community by focusing on specific things like our current food codes that make it illegal for us to provide our own reusable containers at eating venues, and eliminating other single-use plastic and styrofoam items. One day at a time, one opportunity to the next, we have the power to change the path we're on. I believe that outreach and education is the key to all of this. I can't emphasize this enough on how important it is that the municipality handles that mindfully. So yeah, thank you again. I'm honored and grateful to be part of this beloved community. In terms, that was my short and sweet, but then I heard Christopher Constance say that there was going to be a discussion on the thickness of the bags, and there's like a minimum thickness and of the 2.25 and then a 4 mil, and then let's just ban all of them. And I'm supportive of banning all of them. I think the 2.25, as we could see what happened in Wasilla, they just thickened the plastic. That's a no-go. And then, yeah, a fee is crucial too.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. And good luck finding another thing to keep you mellow after we pass this.
Good evening. My name is Donna Mears, M-E-A-R-S, and I am a proud member of the East Side community in Anchorage. I've also been an advocate for recycling in Anchorage for more than 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity for public testimony. It's consistently clear how much care our community has for good stewardship through waste reduction and recycling. Waste has an interesting place in our lives. We deal with it every day, but usually most of us don't want to think about it once it leaves our hand or our curb. But you guys have been thinking a lot about plastic bags. Thank you for putting all your thought into it. One thing that really resonates with me that I heard during the first work session, the consideration of this ordinance has to do with a community shift in thinking about how we use and discard resources. It's not a plastic bag issue. There's a lot of other things that we're thinking about as we're thinking about our consumption. I was fortunate enough to travel in Europe this summer where there are plastic bag bans. The effect of the ban seemed to have very different impacts depending on the culture of the community. community. It's a big theme with lots of things we do, isn't it? The effect of the ban seemed to have very different impacts depending. In Scotland, which is much like Alaska, much more in tune with the natural environment and our place in it, there seemed to be significant less use of plastic bags in stores, but there was also a ban on single-use plastics. So packaging, straws, those sorts of things were also part of what they did there. And where there was less community-wide culture of environmental stewardship, there was more plastic use despite the ban, because people would purchase bags at the grocery store. Back in Anchorage and back in 2008, there were a number of actions taken by the Assembly and administration to further waste reduction and recycling. We established the community-wide recycling program, curbside recycling to the SWS service area, and an ordinance to establish LEED requirements for municipal projects, and AR 2008-37, which supported zero waste practices within the municipality. Although the LEED requirements were rolled back, there were many changes that have taken place in the municipality that have continued and stuck. Recycling is vastly more accessible. The municipality is pioneering new organics program, and support from Solid Waste Services and AWU, thank you, AWU, has pushed glass recycling into viability with leadership in its use of recycled glass aggregate in a major project last year. Leadership is also important to community. There are a few of us that remember the zero waste resolution, but one of its provisions is the understanding that government is ultimately responsible for leading by example and establishing the criteria needed to eliminate waste so that manufacturers produce and businesses sell materials that can be safely recycled and composted. So that's what we're doing here tonight. I encourage you to continue the municipality's leadership in zero waste and continue development of its culture in our community and leading by example, because your leadership does make a difference. Personally, I stepped up my commitment to reducing plastic bags last summer, and it's been over a year since I got a plastic bag at a grocery store. I realized last winter when I went to Folena, I have more work to do. To loop back to the ordinance before you go, I urge you to consider versions and amendments to this ordinance that truly have the opportunity to reduce waste and not replace one waste stream item with another. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mears. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Greetings. My name is Sean Feenstra.
I'm sorry, could you say it into the microphone?
Certainly. My name is Sean Feenstra, and I am a surface dweller. I dwell on the surface of this planet. And I rise today to adamantly urge anyone whom cares about life to concur with this agenda here. I've been aware of ACAT for years, and I attended the WMAN convention back in 2014. And I'm actually appalled by some of the pollution and some of the things going on in corporate America with the effects on our health and our environment, along with, what is that, the World Health Organization and all the different implements within the ingredients in our food system. I mean, there's things known as GRAS is generally recognized as safe, and I mean, there's carcinogens that we consume directly into our own biological systems. But yeah, I'm going to keep this short, and I'm delighted, and I really enjoy things like this, and I know that this probably won't make a difference on the grand scheme of things, but it is certainly entertaining and enjoyable to attend, and all this data that entails is, I mean, it's vast, and there's a lot out there and a lot for us to do. But I hope you all keep it up and are really, on the good side of the advocacy for life. I mean, that's what it boils down to. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Please state your name for the record.
Chair, members of the Assembly, I'm Kathy Gleason, speaking for myself. And I really appreciate the Assembly's efforts on this plastic bag ban ordinance and whatever version you end up doing. I haven't seen all of the additional amendments that maybe happened since last Friday's work session, so I'm not going to talk about any specifics. But I used to be a board member of the Anchorage Waterways Council, did my first creek cleanup in 1984, and have done creek cleanup on and off religiously for quite a few years. And I can give you the top 3 things that I would pull out of the creeks every time. And that's styrofoam peanuts and styrofoam broken down into little circles, cigarette butts, and plastic bags. So a lot of people were talking about how they really don't end up in the ocean up here, but they do end up in our local waterways. And considering we just spent some time on stream setback buffers previous to this, I think we do need to care for the water quality and fish that do swim in our streams being exposed to these toxins because they don't degrade and they do leach out the toxins. Husband Dan and I have a ton of reusable bags in the backseat of our car, and I'd say we remember to use them 99% of the time, and we have been for quite a few years. It is a habit. It's simply a habit that you have to get into. Every once in a while I'll forget, and once in a while I'll say, I could use that plastic bag for trash, and so I ask for the plastic bag. But I also carry this in my purse all the time. And they're very easily readable at stores, and it folds out, comes in this size, and it comes out like this. And if you're shopping for a few items and you forget your bag, all I have to do is whip this out. I mean, it's just one of those things. It's a habit, and we can get into it. And I think minimizing the use of plastic to whatever degree we can is going to be good for our community. So I definitely support this effort. I appreciate the co-sponsors of this ordinance, and I appreciate your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gleason. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Shane Ohms from South Anchorage. I know right about now everyone's probably made up their mind, so I'm not quite hoping to change anything here, but just like to get my point across. And the way I see it, there's a lot more work to be done in Anchorage here than just plastic bags. We've got, the lids, the straws, Gatorade bottles, Ziploc bags. And there's a lot of easy solutions to these, like Tupperware. You've got reusable bags, permanent cups. You just refill, stuff like that. But what I'd like to bring up is the power of the individual and the individual's choice to make all these decisions. I really strongly feel that having ordinances that force people into doing things is not the way that we want to go about making these changes. And I think that simply talking to people that you run into on the street or at the store and making them aware of these alternatives is a much better way, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of opposition if you just force people into doing something that they would otherwise probably see reason in doing, because it's really not that hard to make these choices. Thank you.
We have a question from Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. The idea of personal choice, and I think we've heard from a lot of people who have made the personal choice some time ago and don't use plastic bags. But the S version of this has a proposal that retailers would charge a dime for any bag you would take. So there you kind of put it in a market. What's my choice? Is it worth a dime for me to take a bag or do without? So, are you comfortable with that?
A dime for a plastic bag?
Any bag. So it perhaps will ban some level of plastic bags. Stores may do paper or these other kinds of bags. But the S version says any bag you would get, you got to pay a dime for.
I don't think so. I think people should have a choice completely of what they want to do.
Buy the bag or not?
There's one interesting point on this, and it's that people or stores that are using plastic bags, they're already forcing people that use reusable bags to cover the costs of the plastic bags, as you see with the price of the food and things that they're buying. So there's an interesting dynamic there, but ultimately I think it should be a person's choice whether to choose or not, and it shouldn't be inhibited or influenced by ordinances like this. Your reusable bags, there's really simple solutions to this. I don't think it's something that needs to be forced upon people.
Thank you, sir. There are no further questions. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Leva. I'm from Rogers Park and have a business in Fairview. And I'm going to give you each a real status symbol. Right here is...
To our attorney, can we accept these?
I believe that the value is sufficiently low that you're fine.
So long as it doesn't persuade anybody on their votes.
No, what it is it's an educational message that it says on one side, go green, and it has the recycle symbol. And in the auction business that I've been in Anchorage 44 years, 40 in the auction business, it's recycling. And I think the idea of banning plastic bags and really going to a reusable bag is part of the recycling in Anchorage. Now, SWS gives you a recycle bin, and you have to pay for it. In this case, if this became part of SWS to prevent items from getting in the landfill, I think it could be a RCA proposal for, a charge on your garbage, because you're charging for the recycle bin anyway, and this is something that you can save each time you use it. And the idea of habit is really the answer, because my wife recycles every plastic bag she gets, and she uses different cloth bags, sometimes fabricating them. But if you visualize this with advertising with the Anchorage seal and said, keeping Anchorage green, I think it's a message, and a good one, that that's what we want to do, whether it's our streams, our parks, or our streets. And it kind of brings me to the other thing, that we can subsidize this like we do the head bolt heaters. If you give those away, why can't you give away a reusable bag with a message? And that message will repeat itself. So I think that's important. And then I have to bring you to part 2, where you only target realtors. And I think it wouldn't be right if I didn't show up here and mention homeless shelters and soup kitchens, where bags are given out. And I brought you this picture to show you that no one should be exempt from giving out food or clothing or cosmetics or toiletries in a plastic bag, because this is where they end up. And if you pass this around, you can see it's not only in the trees, in the bushes, in the ground, it's everywhere. So take a look at this, and when you amend this to retail, include no soup kitchens or homeless shelter giving away anything, can do it in a plastic bag. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Constant does.
Yeah, can you pass that bag over? We were short one.
Oh, yes. They would be worth more than $30 if I autographed them.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Aleva. There are no further questions.
Members of the Assembly, my name is Jedediah Smith. I'm a resident within the boundaries of the Fish Creek watershed in Spenard, and I am here to speak in favor of any effort that will eliminate plastic bags from this world. In 2010, I was an adult mentor for a group of Anchorage teens with the Alaska Youth for Environmental Action. That year, just as they had the year before, they set out on a thoughtful and deliberate campaign to try to reduce the number of disposable plastic bags in Anchorage. They hosted a number of events to make reusable grocery bags. They wrote newspaper op-eds. They conducted a number of outreach events, including showing films and tabling outside of grocery stores to remind consumers to, hey, grab your bag that you forgot in the trunk of your car. They collected 750 signatures from consumers who pledged to use reusable cloth bags. And in April of 2011, they were recognized by this body for their efforts. On my way home from the assembly meeting that night, I stopped by the grocery store for a few items, and the man ahead of me in line had a dozen or so inconsequential items, and he told the clerk, "Double bag everything." I was crestfallen. But after a moment, I was also really inspired by just the work that these teens had done and that I had been a small part of that. I knew that their campaign, while it hadn't reached this individual in front of me, it had reached many others, and importantly, it had empowered and engaged them. On a side note, I'm really encouraged to see that we have a youth representative on the assembly here tonight, and I really support youth empowerment. They have a vision, and we should listen to them. And I really hope that we can make some effort on this issue tonight, make some traction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. There are no questions.
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Jeremy Price. I live in the Bayshore community, and I am the Alaska State Director of Americans for Prosperity. I also rise in opposition to the proposals before you today. I also rise in opposition to any legislation that would regulate the way that we carry our groceries home. If we can kind of look at this from a broad scale, we talked about it earlier. On an international level, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Asian countries are the biggest polluters in terms of marine debris and plastics in marine debris. U.S. doesn't even come remotely close to the rest of the world, not even remotely. And the number one reason of that is because they don't have sufficient waste management systems in place. In fact, that's the very reason that life in rural Alaska is plagued with this very same issue. So let's take that issue and just put it to the side for a second, and then look at locally. What can we do here locally? There's been some great examples of what we can do as citizens of our community, volunteers. I grew up in this state with, every spring with a yellow trash bag walking the Richardson Highway picking up trash with my family, and I think that's something that a lot of families do here in Anchorage. We can do this on a volunteer level. We don't need government mandates to require us to do anything. If you don't want to recycle, you can use a reusable tote. If you go to, I talked to Safeway and Fred Meyer and Walmart today. Walmart and Safeway both said that they have bins in their stores. Anyone can go and recycle the plastic bags there. And they said from there it goes by barge down to the Pacific Northwest to be recycled. I don't know if a lot of outreach has happened with the business community. I don't think enough. I've heard of other businesses saying the problem with these reusable totes is their color. They're not clear, they're not plastic. It's a hell of a lot easier to shoplift with those types of bags than using plastic bags, and then with these new totes. So one thing that we could also do is look at the environmental footprint. Now, this quote I want to read from David Tyler. He's a professor of chemistry at the University of Oregon, who has studied this issue, and he says, quote, very broadly, carbon footprints are proportional to mass of an object. Greater the mass, the greater the environmental footprint. So the proposal before you doesn't solve the problem. In fact, it just makes it worse. If you're going to increase the thickness of the bag or change it to paper or anything else, you're just going to increase the environmental footprint. Again, that's from the University of Oregon. Finally, I'd like to just remind us of who this is going to impact the most. It's not going to impact me and you. It's going to impact the poorest among us, those folks that are carrying their groceries home from Walmart in plastic bags. Let's think of those folks tonight. Thank you.
There's any questions? Okay, there are no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Sorry.
Oh, hold on, Mr. Weddleton.
I was going to let Ms. Domboski go first.
No, she said she was fine. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
A couple points, because I think you raised some points. Out there are a lot of studies saying that these thin plastic bags has less carbon footprint and so on, kind of the point you made. And I've read a number of those, and I'm fairly convinced by it, truthfully. I think it's intuitive. But what they miss is that downstream cost. And in the studies that I've read, and we had a couple sent, like one, the Danes said, well, we don't really count that because we don't litter, so they don't go out into the world. But what we've heard here is there's a downstream cost of these bags getting out there and creating litter and hurting critters and so on, which is important. But the people using them, they don't face that cost. There's really they get it for free. They don't deal with that cost. And you're an economist, so by adding a 10-cent fee of some kind of fee, now you create a market, and people have a choice. Do I pay this 10 cents, which, who knows, roughly equates to a downstream cost, and I choose no, I'll bring my own bag? Or do I take that bag and pay the fee, and then I'm kind of on equal terms with the world? So we're creating a market that doesn't exist now. Now people get them free and they just squander them. And with the price, now you put a price on it, and that's a market mechanism. Like you choose which car you buy because of price and quality and so on. Wouldn't you support creating a market for this?
Well, when the government tries to influence the market, we call that a market distortion. It's not a free market alternative. It's a market distortion imposed by the government. And if you pay the fine to get to use the bag, then you haven't solved the environmental equation. You just provided a tax on bags for the community to collect.
Sort of, but it's to kind of correct a negative externality. And I have some economic background that's fairly rusty, but the worst distortion in a free market is free stuff. And this is free stuff. There is no market. It just floats out there. Literally, I guess a pun almost with this stuff. So you might consider that. I think this fee creates that market and creates consumer choice that equates with a real cost further down. So anyway, think about that. I have.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Thank you, Mr. Price. There are no further questions. Yes, please.
So my name is Miranda Walso, and I live in Chugiak Eagle River. My testimony focuses on a particular part of the ordinance which I believe undermines the basic concept outlined in the first portions of it. That's the part under the fifth whereas, which goes on to say that there is an intent to prevent the shift by retailers to providing free recycled paper or reusable plastic bags. That part is enforced by a mandatory fee and a directive that businesses must charge customers that fee rather than having the option to absorb it, to absorb the cost, but that retailers can keep the proceeds from any of those fees collected. I find that this part is particularly problematic because if the goal is to eliminate or reduce the plastic pollution or the garbage that results from single-use plastic bags, what is the benefit of introducing a mechanism that makes it harder for communities to comply with that by imposing penalties for using other more economically friendly alternatives? It seems like the goal is to promote the adoption of use with canvas bags or totes rather than simply creating a law that prevents the use of single-use plastic bags. And if the goal of this is actually to ban plastic bags, then we should simply do that rather than imposing penalties to create a preference for one market alternative over another. Forcing retailers to alter their business process while also taking away their choice in how they utilize that and how they distribute their overhead costs doesn't send a clear message to consumers or to businesses. When a customer pays the fine for the use of a bag, they may not recognize that that's a penalty for the fee or that it goes to the consumer. You're creating a situation where the cause and the effect of it is unclear. Additionally, the money raised from these fees doesn't go to things to support improving the waste management processes or reducing the pollution or contaminants that are a result of it. It simply adds to the profit or the revenue of the businesses themselves. It does require businesses, though, to change or to charge customers more, which, especially in a time when a lot of families are struggling, is something that businesses may not want to do because it would reduce their ability to attract customers the best spaces for them. It seems like there's two different types of logic that are competing within the ordinance. One of them is to ban plastic bags, and one of them is to disincentivize use of more economic or more ecologically friendly alternatives. I would urge you to reconsider it and to make the ordinance more clear and to provide incentives that are tied specifically to the issues you're trying to address. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Would anyone else like to be heard on this item? Please state your name.
My name is Ron Aksamit, A-K-S-A-M-I-T. I live in the Eagle River area. I am opposed to this ordinance. However, I would like to suggest an alternative. As Mr. Dyson mentioned previously, there is a communication problem with plastic bags as well as other things. Since I live in Eagle River, I go to the Walmart and Fred Meyer's in Eagle River. Both of them have bins for recycling the plastic bags. But there's just a little 8x5 card on the Fred Meyer bin that says these plastic bags will be recycled into Trex and a couple of other things. If you go to the landfill out in Eagle River, they have 2 big containers there for plastic bottles and that sort of thing. So obviously, plastic bottles can be reused, recycled into Trex or some other plastic material. So I would like to suggest that the municipality and the retailers get together and make it more obvious to everybody that that these plastic bags can be recycled. And one of the advantages of this is right now Trex and these other materials, I don't remember all of them, right now they're made with original petroleum. If you recycle the plastic bags, and obviously they can be recycled, then you would use the recycled petroleum product instead of using a new petroleum product.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. There are no questions. Thank you. Is there any further testimony on this item? Please state your name for the record, where you're from.
Good evening. My name is Robert Shipley. I'm from Anchorage, a longtime resident. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, lift it up a little bit, please. Thank you.
There we go. I would like to express my support for the ordinance if tonight, if not in this form, as a final form, at least in some form. As I see it, there's two aspects to the plastic bag problem. One is aesthetics in our community. As we know, after one of our famous windstorms like happened this past weekend, all the chain link fences are plastered, and our waterways and wetland lakes and ponds and creeks get loaded down with these cheap little parachutes. And the other aspect is the threat to wildlife. We've all seen photos and heard reports about shorebirds being strangled with on plastic through the loops in the handles, or even ingesting them and blocking up their intestinal tracts and dying of starvation or whatever. So there's that aspect too. I've heard some testimony tonight against the ordinance in some form, mainly from a standpoint of being they want free choice. And I too have been with the Anchorage Waterways Council Board for many years, as Ms. Gleason has, stated she was. And one of our aspects is public education about environmental issues, and one of which is not using plastic single-use bags, use your own. And all these years, it seems to have reached a plateau as a community, how many do and how many don't use. And so it hasn't completely worked, so maybe it is time to use something else. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Hi, my name is Sue Chan. I'm a lifelong resident of Anchorage, Alaska, and I just wanted to add one more voice in support of this ordinance in one form or another. I do think that plastic bags are just the tip of the problem of plastics in our everyday life and all the environmental damage that we're worried about. But we have to start somewhere, and I think it is really, it makes a point about where we're headed as a culture, and it makes a big statement about a lifestyle shift, and it's really not that hard. And I know there was an argument made about, a freedom of choice, but I think there also needs to be an argument made that if someone's short-sighted decision to double bag 12 items that they could have easily thrown in their backpack or carried out to their car, and those decisions are also impacting the quality of life of people who are making decisions that are more environmentally friendly. People, those rights need to be protected as well. There is a health impact. I think a lot of people have mentioned the environmental health harms of plastics, but there's also, if it harms the wildlife, then it harms us too. Those microplastics that break down and get taken up by animals that we end up eating, that enters us, and then also when it enters our waterways, that enters us too. And there are studies coming out showing that the effects of plastic are harmful for our bodies and they're toxic. So just want to put that argument out there. So thank you so much for moving this forward and putting your attention to this. As someone who lives here, this is something that I'm really excited to hear about. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Oh, come on down, Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Brett Jokla. Most of you know me from the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. I live in the Chester Creek Basin, and I'm also a member of the Solid Waste and Recycling Advisory Commission for Solid Waste Services. But I want to be careful to note that I'm not speaking on behalf of that commission tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Before I joined the utility, I was working in private practice in environmental engineering for a private consulting firm, and one of the things that we worked on were landfills all over the state. We worked from Prudhoe Bay to Barrow to Unalaska to Kodiak, big villages, small villages, commercial facilities, industrial facilities. And one of the things that was common across the state was windblown flags of liberated plastic bags that were blown across the tundra or through the forest. That seemed to be a symbol of how we practice solid waste management around the state and how we failed to do a good job of recycling the bags. Although there's certainly plenty of uses for recycled bags and repurposed bags. I wish that more of the dog walkers in my neighborhood would repurpose some of the bags that they take home from cars or from Fred Meyer's. But one thing that didn't get addressed tonight, although we heard a lot about the environmental effects on wildlife and on streams and bear poop, but we didn't talk about the cost of this waste. And although the volume of waste and the mass of waste by these little 1.25 millimeter and smaller bags doesn't amount to very much in the context of the total something like 600 tons of waste that Solid Waste Services receives daily at the Anchorage Regional Landfill. It does represent an oversized component of the cost. I would say that pound for pound, Solid Waste Services spends more on trying to wrangle those bags and get them into the landfill and off the fences and away from the forest in the Highland Road, Eagle River area than they do any other material. So I don't have an exact price for that or an exact cost for that, but I wager that hundreds to thousands of hours are spent annually trying to track that down and manage that one particular small waste source. So I think that there are plenty of other options for use of the bags and ways to deal with it. And I applaud the Assembly for trying to attack that through this ordinance. Thank you.
Brett. We have a couple of questions for you. Mr. Trainey.
Just want to thank you for coming and testifying tonight. I appreciate it because you've been on the front fight against this stuff. These plastic tumbleweeds are just everywhere. And when you get a windstorm, I've been to that landfill, and it's just a mess on every wall that's surrounding that place. They only catch some of them. The rest of them get right back into the woods. And that's no good for anybody. So thanks for being here, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So from your experience at AWWU, what is the effect of these bags coming through the sewer lines, and then secondly, through the storm drains?
We have a couple different effects in the sewer. One is that the bags get wrapped around, once they get into the sewer, they get wrapped around pumps and pump impellers and clogged pumps and pump impellers, and that increases the amount of maintenance that we have to do to chase after pumps that are slowing down or breaking down, and we have to get fixed. They also show up on the screens in the wastewater plants. And along with flushable wipes, which may be flushable, but they're not supposed to be going into the sewer system, these rags, whether they're plastic or cotton or some other polypropylene, these are difficult to deal with both at the pump stations as well as at the screens at the plants.
And the storm drain system?
I think we heard some testimony tonight about how the storm drain system sends that material to the creeks and lakes. And I think we heard some testimony that one of the principal objects that gets picked up in creek cleanups every spring are plastic bags.
So our storm drains don't lead to the creeks and lakes?
Almost all of them lead to creeks and lakes, and some are intercepted by some rather modest treatment systems, either oil and grit separators at the end of the storm drains, which are boxes that have baffles in them to try and separate solids from the water that's passing through into the creeks, and some into sedimentation basins and constructive wetlands where there's a chance for solids like bags to be segregated from that flow and get hung up in the wetlands or sink to the bottom of a sedimentation basin or dry off and fly away.
Yeah, so I think I'm getting what you're saying. So downtown, when you see the storm drains along the curb lines and so on and so forth, those go into some pond or creek?
Most of those go directly into the creek. In downtown, it would be Ship Creek or Chester Creek.
And I see. And all right. So out at Solid Waste Services, we all dump our household stuff into those cars that are there that you take off to that. So it is, if we don't have our garbage in bags, big bags, plastic bags, black ones or whatever, then when you guys get those boxes out there to where the loaders are going to put them in the dirt, you don't do anything that keeps those bags from flying around, the lightweight ones?
What I try to do at home is tuck my lightweight garbage, or in fact most of the garbage, into a big garbage sack.
Yeah, me too.
And put that inside my roller bag,
Yep.
so that when the loader comes and picks that thing up and dumps it, we're not seeing bags liberated into the environment. It's staying in the bag. I think if everybody did that, then we might not have the flyaway problem, but that's probably something that would require a different kind of regulation.
Yeah, so, you went around the bush a couple times on my real question, but for those, I agree, I do the same thing. And if I didn't, my wife would make me do it, or Amy. But but when people don't do that, you don't have a way at Solid Waste Services of keeping stuff from the cars there, the big boxes, railroad-like car-like things.
Yeah, that's correct. Whether it's in a roller cart, or whether it's in a dumpster, or whether it's in one of the large bins that become a trailer that gets dumped out at the landfill, if a bag is picked up by the wind, it's going to get liberated.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you, Mr. Jokolo. There are no further questions.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Chris, are you getting up to testify? Okay, good. Then seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve
Chairman.
2018-63S.
So Chris moved the S version, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Trainee.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Peterson, never mind.
Thank you.
All right, so we're starting discussion now. Mr. Constant's first in the queue, and then we'll go to you, Mr. Weddleton.
Thank
Well,
you.
See, let me start.
Nope.
I have a possible conflict I was told to declare.
Oh.
Now, maybe I should have done that before the public hearing, but I enjoyed it so much, I'm glad I didn't. I don't believe it's a strong conflict, but because I am a retailer, I'm impacted by this one way or the other. I use plastic bags, we're switching to paper bags. Will this impact me in a financial way? Paper bags will cost probably double what I spend on plastic bags. On the other hand, if there is a 10% fee imposed, I may make more money. If people use less bags, I save money, and they do too. So the economic impact is very vague with me, and I don't believe substantial, but I just wanted to make the body aware that may be considered a conflict.
My inclination is to really don't have a conflict, but I'm willing to go through the analysis if we feel we need to. Ms. Winton-Pearson, do you have any advice on this, or Mr. Gates?
You have the option to make the decision as the chair. If you'd like to go through the analysis, you may ask the questions to help inform your decision, or you may refer it to the whole body.
Of course, I don't think there's not a conflict.
Yeah, I don't think there's a conflict on this. I mean, this is a broad category that's going to impact a lot of people. I think it would be a little bit perverse to say that business people couldn't vote on this because it's going to impact virtually all businesses that let things go out the door. So the ruling of the chair is that there is no conflict.
Okay. I would like to stay in the queue.
Yep, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I am going to cut right to the chase and move Constant Amendment 1, which you saw handed out to you. And the intent of Amendment 1 is to get straight to the ban of plastic bags. Not 4 mils, not 2.25, not 1 point whatever. And I would appreciate a second for discussion. Thank you. So in the conversations that we've been having over the past several weeks, the conversation has gone back and forth in a few different ways, and the net effect that I had been aiming for with the 4 mil bag was the effective ban. What I have been told by retailers is that the 4 mil plastic is so expensive that they would opt for paper. They wouldn't ship up the plastic. But in conversations with the mayor's team and a few other constituencies, and hearing clearly tonight what the public is saying, I would like to move forward with a ban. And so really, that is to strike out 4 mils or 2.25.
I'm sorry, Mr. Constant. I don't seem to have your amendment. Maybe other people do.
It should have been handed out to you. It's Constant Amendment number 1.
Forrest, I've got it down here if you want to copy it. Give it mine.
Yeah, it was passed out right at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay.
Or maybe just after the dinner break.
Okay, I have it now.
But really, this cuts to the chase of the conversation. If this passes tonight, the question is what passes? Is it a 1 point something, 2.25, 4 mil, or outright ban? And so, yep, I'd say let's go all the way.
Who was the second for that? Ira. All right, so we're okay. So we're now debating constant amendment number 1. Mr. Weddleton, would you like to talk about this?
Well, I'd like to talk about it, but also in general, we have quite a number of amendments here. Some of you have seen mine. I've got 6, and one is my omnibus amendment number 1, which we saw at the work sessions. I see Ms. LaFrance has a couple. There's this constant one. There's a constant trainee. There's a trainee, a Dunbar. There's a whole variety. And I think some of them overlap, too. I know there's one, Ms. LaFrance's overlaps with something else. And I wonder if we could just break for a few moments to at least go through and sort through these. Otherwise, I can dive in.
I'm happy to take a break, but I want to definitely have this question in the queue.
Yeah, let's just take a quick 2-3 minute break, and people can.
And in fact, I have a hard time sorting through all the amendments that I have because some reference 14K2, some reference 14K.
Well, we've moved the S version, so all the amendments that we should be considering should be with
K2.
reference to K2, the S version.
And there's a point of order. There is Weddleton number 1, you should get the one that says revised. And if it doesn't say revised, it'll say in yellow right after the statement. If you have Weddleton number 1, it does not say revised, go ahead and recycle it.
But, Mr. Chair, the rest of the amendments all say 14K that I have. I don't have any other that say 14K2.
It's K2 on the top of it.
Okay. Well, any amendment that we move will be in reference to K2, the S version.
Want to take a break?
Yeah, let's take a 2-3 minute break. It's a long 2 minutes, but that's on me. So we're entering discussion on these amendments. There are a lot of amendments here. I think there's a good chance that we will not finish tonight. There are a number of licenses, marijuana licenses primarily, I think, or maybe exclusively, that are on afterwards. I don't want to interrupt right now and take those up. I wanted to continue with this discussion, but my intention, and I want to talk to my colleagues about this, my intention is to take all of the licenses that are on the agenda tonight and put them on a special meeting next week so that we can get through them. Okay.
We can still have
It's the state election. I mean, the alternative is that they're pushed to the 28th, and the 28th is getting pretty close to the 31st when some of them would expire. So my preference is to find it doesn't have to be on Tuesday. Find a day next week where we can do a special meeting and hammer out those licenses.
Forrest, I'll support a special meeting. Let's get it done.
Mr. Chair, I move to change the order of the day and take up the marijuana licenses now.
Second.
Yep.
I'm not going to.
Third.
Okay. Well, we've got a motion. Any discussion on that motion?
If these are time sensitive, I just believe we should deal with them right now because the plastic bag issue is not time sensitive, and I think it just it makes sense.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Trainee, you were in the
I'm not
queue.
in favor of changing the order of the day. Let's deal with this plastic bag and move on from there. You can have a special meeting next week on the marijuana licenses.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft?
Just the question, your preference would be to...
I'm sorry. Say that again, Mr. Croft?
Your preference would be to not change the order of the day?
Yes, and the clerk just points out that we can continue the meeting until next week, although the effect is the same. We would be we would be delaying for a week voting on those licenses. Danish Gardens has a protest on them. So,
be able to determine these things. Let's go.
okay. Is there any discussion on the motion to change the order of the day? Yeah. Any other discussion on the motion to change the order of the day? So, to be clear about what the motion would do, it would change the order of the day and pause this discussion and take up item 14L, Petroleum Club of Anchorage, so I guess it's alcohol first, and then we would work through item P, because item Q has been dispensed with, and then we would return to item J. I'm sorry, item K. K2, actually. So, all right, any other discussion? Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I speak in favor of Ms. Domboski's motion. Some of us, maybe all of us, make long-term plans and commitments based on what the schedule is. And when we can avoid having to alter people's plans and lives like that, I think we should. And obviously these licenses have a short expiration date, and we ought to take care of them. And so I'm speaking in support of Ms. Domboski's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it turns out that there is a specific license that is controversial, we could bifurcate that license and bring that up at a different time. And so I am also in favor of Ms. Domboski's motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Anyone else? Okay, so we're now voting on motion to change the order of the day to pause conversation on the plastic bag ban. Madam Clerk. Mr. Dyson, can you please vote? That motion passes 8-3. So we are now on to item, is it L? Item L. Resolution number AR 2018-230, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal
Point
Assembly.
of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can I just speak to the folks who are leaving? We're not done with this matter tonight. We're just taking up 3 items before we get back to this matter, so you don't have to leave or you don't have to stay.
You don't have to go home. You can stay here. Okay. Resolution number AR 2018-230, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit modification for a club use and license number 3586 for Petroleum Club of Anchorage Incorporated, doing business as the Petroleum Club.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That passes 10-1. Okay. So I didn't know you hated the Petroleum Club, Mr. Bosky. That's surprising to me.
How you actually meant to vote.
Okay. All right. Actually, yeah, we'll change that. All right, now we're on to item 14M, resolution number AR 2018-232, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearing for the first time renewals of and approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for cultivation establishments BAM Alaska M10303, Raspberry Roots M10098, RC Tinderbox M10299, Dream Green Farms M10080.
Chairman.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify on these items? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Not seeing any discussion, please vote on this item. Okay, that one I think you did mean to vote no. Okay, 10-1. Okay. All right, now we are on to 14N. That passed 10-1. Resolution number AR 2018-233, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearing for the first time renewals and approving the renewal of municipal marijuana license for manufacturing establishment RC Tinderbox number M10301.
Waive reading.
Waived reading. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. To my fine friends at RC Tinderbox, I hope that this is the year that it all comes together.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now on item 14O, resolution number AR 2018-234, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearing for the first time renewals of and approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for retail establishments, the Frost Farms M10162, Raspberry Roots M10097, AK Joint M11614, the House of Green M10302.
Waive reading, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now on item 14O, resolution number AR 2018-234, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearing for the first time renewals of. I'm sorry.
It's misnumbered. It's 14P, I believe.
I'm sorry. Did I start the wrong
No,
one?
yeah, that's wrong.
No, I did. Okay, so 14P, resolution number AR 2018-235, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license M10310 for Danish Gardens LLC, doing business as Danish Gardens.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to be heard? Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Sean Larson.
Okay.
I work in a local auto body shop that's directly across from Danish Gardens. There's absolutely no problem with traffic, no odors coming from the facility. There is a adjacent marijuana facility to the right of our auto body shop that pretty much is where the smell comes from in our neighborhood. When they do their weekly trash out of their building to their dumpster out in front, the whole neighborhood reeks of marijuana. I've seen no traffic, no problems with Danish Gardens. They've got a pretty substantially secure facility. It's a brick building. All the top of the line stuff for evacuation and filtering air that comes in and out of the place, but I don't see a problem with them.
All right. Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, my name is Ken Roebuck. I'm owner of A1 Auto Body. I'm nervous.
It's okay.
We really don't have a problem with the smell coming from there. It is like he was saying, coming from the one next door. I walk down to the body shop next to them all the time, and that place just reeks. And we go over to Danish Gardens, and I can't smell it, so I don't know. That's just my opinion, but that's about it. That's what I got to say. So.
Okay, thank you. We have one question for you.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the name of the one that the marijuana establishment that the odors are coming from?
Great Northern, I think it is.
No, it's not Canada.
Boy, I can't remember exactly.
Okay, but it's at...
What's the name of it is? Yeah, it's just 2 doors down from me, so.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure our code enforcement officers are aware of it, if it is as you describe it.
I mean, when we're standing out in my parking lot, and like he says, when they take their trash out, they open their door, that place just reeks. I don't have a problem with it. You know, they're trying to do a business. Just leave them alone. That's what I say.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony.
No problem.
Yep, quick question, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. Sir, can you come back? Mr. Constant.
So would you characterize yourself as having a normal sense of smell?
I guess, yeah.
Do you think that's a viable standard by which we should measure marijuana scent odor problems?
I don't know. I'm sure it bothers other people worse than it does me. So.
Okay, but you think you could tell with your nose that it's coming from there but not here?
Well, it's not just from that. It's if you walk by, like I go to the body shop next door to him. I walk in his door and their whole shop smells like it.
Right, so you can tell where it comes from with your nose, though. Awesome, thank you. That's all I need.
Building, so.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No problem.
There are no further questions. Hello, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Don Everly. I also work at A1 Auto Body, across from Danish Gardens, approximately 100 yards. For the first year I was at A1, I walked to work every day. So what I would do is I'd walk down Cinnabar Loop, down past Rainproof, just because it's quicker from the bus stop and not as much snow. Get down through there, as the gentleman before me said, past a couple grow facilities. At 7 in the morning, I'm there before about everybody. Get in there, I can smell it before I even get to the shop coming towards there. As Ken said, we do go over to the body shop over there, swap out forklifts here and there with the guys, and it is apparent. I've been around marijuana my whole life. It is apparent. It's over there. With my walking in, I can smell it in the morning, and I go out to the end of our drive, which is about as close as you can get to Danish Gardens without being on their property, and we don't smell nothing, but you walk just down the road 50 yards, 100 yards, and it's prevalent. So as far as coming from Danish Gardens, I don't buy that. I've walked too many times every day, 360 days at least, and I know where it's coming from, So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Mr. Constant has a
Same
question.
question. You just classify yourself as having a normal sense of smell?
Yes.
And you would say you could tell where that smell comes from?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name's Ted Purdy. I live in South Anchorage, and I'm an employee at Danish Gardens. When I arrive there each day, get out of my vehicle, walk through the parking lot, go into the building, I don't really smell the marijuana before I'm in the building. With that said, the company's been actively trying to reduce any odors that go out of the building. And I feel like as a corporation, we discuss that multiple times a day, probably more often than we do how to increase our product or sales. So I think that Danish Gardens would really like to be good neighbors and are actively trying to do as best as they can with that. And yeah, that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Good evening. Thank you for hearing this matter tonight. Janet Weltzine, attorney for Danish Gardens. I wanted to point out something in the AR that you have in front of you. Section 5 of your AR, it mentions, fourth line down, director to hold processing of the transfer of the state of marijuana license. Though this isn't a transfer, so this is an incorrect AR. This is just this is just a renewal. So it's not a transfer. So we've had a lot of discussion about the normal sense of smell, and I like Mr. Constant's question, but that question should be directed towards the code enforcement officers, of which I've asked that question to Officer Novi, Officer Fern, Officer Collins, and I said in an administrative law judge hearing, hey guys, what is the definition of a normal sense of smell? And the answer from each one of them was, I don't know. I said, how much training have you had to identify what is the normal sense of smell? I don't know. How much marijuana smell training has the muni provided you? None. So we're talking about a shop, a business here that employs 9 to 15 people, gives 9 to 15 jobs. This is the same facility that was broken into December 19th. That had 2 of its doors knocked in, and people came in, and once they entered the facility, because diagrams were posted publicly for so long and the camera locations were posted publicly for so long, it took them 64 seconds to do $159,000 in damage of theft of product. So thereafter, they were working on the doors, and this is in the beginning of January where a lot of the violations for odor came from. They had to repair their employee door and the drying room door. So there probably was some smell issues that came from that. And Chris, General Manager of Danish Gardens, is going to talk a little bit about what improvements and what money they put into to address these issues. So, not every ordinance is easy to enforce, especially an ordinance that you don't have any training in and you don't have a quantifiable measure to use to dictate whether or not it's a violation. So I would ask you as a government body, by enforcing this AR as written, comply with Section 1, that the land use enforcement provide a certificate within 60 days, that's a very arbitrary standard, because this organization's been working really hard to address these smells, and the code enforcement still doesn't feel like it's been addressed. At the renewal inspection, they told these guys, you're 99% there. Well, what is 99% of what that you can't define? What is 99% of something you haven't been trained to do, that you can't quantify? You can't give us a definition under oath of something that you're supposed to enforce. I'd like to turn it now over to Chris, and he can talk a little bit more and answer questions about specific improvements to the building.
Before we get to that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Jen, there are 3 people in the queue to ask questions, so we'll ask them of you first, and then we'll go on to the next testifier. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I know I asked those questions of your supporters, right? Do we then discount their testimony as meaningless because they aren't trained? Or do we take their word because they're citizens and they understand just with common sense what a smell is and how to tell where it's coming from?
You can take that whichever way you want, but knowing that there is conflicting testimony should at least cast some doubt in your mind that there should be more due process than to take away somebody's business and to put 15 people out of work. Because in effect, that's what this will do. In 60 days, this will do it. It may not do it today, but you're just kicking the can down the road.
Right, and so just to follow up on that, what I heard from code enforcement, I've talked with them a bit about this, was that they do agree that there's been progress made and that the work is being done to get closer, but that in accordance with your own testimony, that it's not quite there.
No, my own testimony was that Rich Fern said, you're 99% there.
Right.
And I'm asking, what's 99% of something that you can't define and you haven't been trained to do?
And I think what their point was is that the standard is that you don't smell marijuana at the lot line like your clients agreed to. And so we'll come to that in the deliberation. But thank you. I hate to give you a hard time because I really like you and all the work that you do. I just have to be scrutinous of this issue.
Yes, and with all due respect, I appreciate everything that this body does, but I have to be very protective of my clients that have put this much money and infrastructure into building a new business, and they're very, very, the first 3 years of being a new business is very hard, and overburden, overregulation, and overzealous enforcement is something that can crush a small business, and I hope that we see through that and look at the bigger long-term goal.
Thank you. Ms. Demboski, you have a question for Ms. Weltzine.
I do. I have two questions, and Chris hit on my first one. What does the law say when it comes to marijuana odors?
The law says there may not be a marijuana smell outside the lot line.
Right. So today, if I were to go over there, and I've been known to do this with other applicants, would I smell it at the lot line?
So there's another facility 236 feet away, so I don't know what you'll smell. You might smell marijuana. It might come from that facility. It might come from Danish Gardens. I don't know. These guys were there today, and they can tell you if they smelled anything.
Okay, well, I will ask them that because the standard is, basically at the lot line, you're not supposed to smell it. So by having a section 1 in here that says, code enforcement basically says you don't smell it at the lot line, all we're asking you to do is stay compliant with the law.
Right, but you can't, smell's not something you can touch, capture, feel, record.
We know when we smell it, because I gotta
But you don't know where it's coming from.
Well, what came first, Great Northern Cannabis or Danish Gardens, do you know?
Same time.
Same time. So probably then when I went over to Great Northern Cannabis, which was not all that long ago. I'm not a marijuana smoker, so I generally can tell. I didn't smell anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I went inside. When I went inside, I smelled it. But I didn't smell anything outside because I was trying. I was sniffing and seeing if I could detect, and I didn't. So I'll go back and reevaluate.
And we welcome you to come to Danish Garden, too.
Happy to. But that's why I just wanted to ask those questions because I didn't remember when Danish Gardens and Great Northern Cannabis, which came first. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, from memory, Dane thinks they're the same time. I don't remember.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, ma'am. I see the violations from the city. That ever go to the hearing officer? Or
it did, and some of the counts got dismissed. I want to say 6 off the top of my head. Got dismissed of the 16, I think, were and they're days after days, right? So they don't just smell it on January 2nd and come to you and say, here's our citation for January 2nd, you have a smell violation. They go to your facility, they make a note January 2nd, January 4th, January 5th, January 6th, until they hit you with 16 violations without giving you notice of the first day.
Did they convict your client of any of the violations?
Yes, the administrative law judge did find,
How many?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but a few days, 6, I think it's 10 counts, I think.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So just one last anecdote. I toured, again, the neighborhood last week, drove around, got on my car, walked the block around Cinnabar Loop. And in fact, it smelled really good except one 15-foot wide vector downwind of the property that Danish Gardens is in. So towards Abbott, Diamond, and the highway. And it was really clear to me. I thought, oh my God, there's no smell. And then I just hit this one tiny line, right? And so to me, that is clear evidence that you're still working on it. And I don't know that 2 months is a death penalty or enough time to figure it out or enough time to come back before us and say, these are now the things that we did since then to get closer to the point where this body's comfortable in believing that the petitioners are going to get there. But for me, just last week, I personally, there was just one line right in the wind where it came right at me, 15 feet wide. It wasn't over here and it wasn't over here. It was just right here. So that's my experience.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, brief at ease.
Brief at ease.
Brief at ease.
Okay. Well, can I ask why first before we do that?
Yeah, you can, and I'll tell you in private.
Okay, fair enough. All right, we'll take a 2-minute break. All right, we're back. So we still have two of these other gentlemen going to testify?
I think just Chris, unless you had questions for the owner. Dane.
No.
Dane.
Go ahead. Is it Chris?
Yeah.
Please.
Hi, my name's Chris Owens, and I'm the general manager at Danish Gardens. And I thought it would be best if I could just give you a quick timeline of the progression of all this. Our first harvest was a year ago. It was in August of last year. And we started to receive indications of smell concerns in October and then in December. Is that right? Yeah. And then in January. And to make a long story short, at the time we first started to understand that there was a concern, we started to evaluate our system, which takes time. Before we had those smell violations, we had gone out within the marijuana industry and we had solicited advice on the best ways to filter air, which was not part of our original plan. Our original plan was for a closed loop system, and the muni required us to vent to the outside. So then we had a small problem. So we went, oh my God, what do we do? And we put in filtration. After we put in the filtration, small concerns arose, and we improved that filtration. We put in bigger, badder, and Jana has a document, I have a document that we can share with you and has been shared with previous muni interactions here. About 3 weeks ago, we met with a different committee. But we sunk in a bunch of money. We sunk in a bunch of filtration. It wasn't good enough. So we sunk in a bunch more money. We sunk in a bunch more filtration. Later on, after the January violations, which really occurred because we'd had our doors busted out, we continued to sink more money in. We finally got to the point where we brought in engineers. We had the full. We're about a 20,000 square foot building. We had the full air systems for the building completely evaluated, pressure tested, made sure that we had no leaks, which is like doing it in a building like this. It's not just, it's those kinds of passive air vents and that type of thing. We didn't build the building, we were modifying a building. So we ended up putting in filtration through all of the passive systems in the building, the air conditioning, all of those types of things. We later moved on to adding ionizing systems into our flower rooms, and still continuing to have the conversation with code enforcement. Am I to my 3 minutes here, or can I continue?
Yeah, that's 3 minutes. There are a number of people who want to ask questions from you, though.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Trainey.
Thank you, sir. Do you remember when you came in front of our committee, when you started this, Ms. Dembowski, if I remember her correctly, said you realized there could be no smell anywhere around the building. And you guys said you would conform to that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I did want to give you a chance to finish, but I also wanted to know, did you ask the people from the auto shop to come here and testify about smell?
Yes, we asked them to, well, it started as a casual conversation. We said, we're doing this and this is what it's about. And they said, what? We don't ever smell anything. We said, would you be willing to come in and say that? So, yes.
Just for the public, my friend Senator Dyson, we're used to in the legislature doing these ad eases and having these conversations, and I think this process is even better, but so where that just is done out in the open instead of those kinds of things. But that was the concern he raised, and so we can talk more about it. What's the other marijuana shop that's near your operation?
Great Northern Cannabis is 236 feet away from us.
So there's a Great Northern Cannabis downtown, isn't there? And then this is their manufacturing.
That's their retail.
This is their growing.
Retail down. I'm asking this person.
Okay, sorry.
And then that's their manufacturing facility next to you.
That's their cultivation, yes.
Cultivation. Okay. So yeah, then my third question is, did you have a short finishing to your?
Oh, I did. The bottom line is this protest is in front of you because code enforcement says that at our renewal, they smelled marijuana. There were two people standing next to code enforcement also with reasonable sense of smell, normal sense of smell, who smelled nothing. At this time, we have not received a notice of violation, and we have not had the chance to defend ourselves. We haven't had a chance to have that adjudicated and judged. But it is in front of you as the basis for denying our renewal and putting everybody in our place out of work. So we disagree with that. We disagree with their judgment that at that time there was any smell. But we have acted as if it were true. So since that time, we've rerouted all of the air in our building. We've added more ozone to our building. We've built plenums on the roof so that that air can be mixed before being discharged to the outside. And we've dropped another $22,000 in the last month.
Okay. Got
So,
it. Jana, I thought you said that, that there was an administrative hearing finding that these smells have been substantiated. No?
Those were from December and January.
Okay.
Those were from violations found in December and January, and it was adjudicated in March.
And in these situations, how do I know whether smell's coming from your facility or another facility?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Gates, you were in the queue. Dean.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind the Assembly that the role here is review of the application for renewal. It's not really to re-argue the merits of the NOVs that were issued and decided. NOVs issued by code enforcement, which is the administrative hearing officer, if I'm understood the record correctly and had a final decision from the administrative hearing officer. So Title 10 of our code, 1080, I think it's 075, says an appeal of an NOV and a fine from the AHO, from a final decision of the AHOs to Superior Court. So we're not really discussing, I guess, the merits of the NOVs. You're discussing the factors and need to make findings on these factors, but basically on this NOV issue, whether the renewal should be denied. There's a list of factors in 1080 about denial of a license application on renewal, and the Assembly can deny an application from the 6 factors for a new application or 4 factors listed for a renewal application. So rather than reading them out on the record, I could print this and distribute to the Assembly while you're discussing this further, if that would be helpful. But I think the relevant factors you will need to look at are 1080-80A6, which is the issuance of the license will adversely impact the health, welfare, or public safety of the neighborhood in which the marijuana establishment is proposed to be located, already located. That's for a new application, which also applies. And in 1080-80B, the renewal application factors to consider are 1, any cause listed in A. I read out A6 to you. 2, that the license has been revoked for any cause. That doesn't seem to be the case clearly. And 3, the license has been operated in violation of a condition or restriction the Assembly previously imposed. And that's when you should probably be discussing whether it should be denied for that reason. The violation is documented by the AHO already. The appeal goes to Superior Court, but you need to decide if that's weighty enough to deny the renewal. And B4 is the applicant is delinquent in the payment of taxes in whole or part. The clerks reported that's not the case. So A6 and B3 are really the relevant questions here. If the renewal should be denied on those bases or not, then you should make findings in your deliberations on those 2 points.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
And through the chair, just one point of clarification, because I must have misspoke earlier or not been clear. There's been no muni violations, to our knowledge, delivered to this organization since those ones that were adjudicated back in March. Mm-hmm. So we don't have any new violations that we're discussing today.
Thank you, Ms. Holtzine. Mr. Peterson, you're in the queue I'm sorry, Chris, what's your last name?
Owens.
Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Owens, you mentioned that your original application that the Assembly approved, the plan was for a closed-loop system. Had you been allowed to use the closed-loop system, would there be any problem with smell emitting from your facility?
That's our belief, but we never, until you see something in practice, you can't say for sure.
And so, what did they give you a reason why that you were not allowed to use that closed-loop system?
You know, that was before my time. I'd have to refer that to Dane Wyrick, the owner.
After we had gone through plan review, I'm Dane Wyrick. I'm the owner of Danish Gardens, reside in South Anchorage. Through plan review on this system for a closed-loop system, which included no exhaust air in, bringing in tempered cool air in to cool the facility, and then tempering all the air in with filtration and ozone systems in the building, we would end up having no exhaust. And this system was reviewed, our plan was reviewed in front of plan review for a period of close to a year. They had my system in there, and they signed off saying that we didn't need any mechanical, we didn't need any more ventilation. So then on the final day, the very final day when we met with all the department heads, a mechanical inspector came into the meeting and said, well, I didn't have a chance to look at the mechanical inspections, and you guys have installed all this AC in the building. We explained to him that it was a mini-split system that's not connected to the building. His boss, Ross Nossinger, agreed and said that it was not required a mechanical permit, and our change of use did not require a mechanical permit because we had the same amount of employees as was authorized in the old business. He said, however, because of your employees in here, we want them to have more breathing. We tried to explain to him that we're creating more oxygen with our plants than we are depleting anyway, but he wanted more oxygen in the building. So we asked him very clearly in front of all of them, I said, for the sake of my engineers, so that we can have our engineers design us a system
that's compliant with the code that you are citing to me, can you please tell me what the code is? Their response was, there is no code for this for a marijuana business.
And to be fair, this is the very beginning, right? So everybody was learning. Code, the building safety department was learning. Everybody was learning. Dane was one of the very first to come through your body. So in all fairness to everybody was learning.
And I just wanted to say one more thing to you guys is that, I take great honor. I really do. When we came here, when we came into this process, I'm preparing our books, preparing our plans, preparing our operation plans and our manuals and all this stuff. We took extensive care doing this, and we brought this to you guys. And I was extremely honored when you guys told us that we were the model of marijuana businesses, future marijuana businesses in the state. And we took that as a serious honor, and we've tried our best, everything we can, to uphold that. Every time that we've ever had any concern from anybody, any governing body in the state, we've addressed it immediately. And more importantly, we've had no objections from any governing body in this whole industry. We've had no objections from the public or anyone. We've only had objections from 2 code enforcement officers.
Thank you.
Well, and so, the Community and Economic Development Committee reviewed your license and approved it. The Assembly voted to approve your license. And so someone at a later time made you change your original plan, and that, in essence, is what has caused these smells to be emitted. And so we are, in the process of still developing a new industry. I mean, we're further along than we were a year and a half ago, but obviously we're still learning. And so I think, we as the governing body have to take a little bit of the hit for making a mistake to approve their license if someone else was going to come in later and tell them, no, you can't do it that way, you have to do it a different way. And so as a government, it's important to be consistent, because if one guy on the right hand tells you it's okay and then the other guy on the left hand tells you it isn't, you have to do something different, who are you going to believe? And you end up confusing people, and then you end up causing problems, and now we're talking about pulling their license? Yeah. Oh, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Just a couple more notes. I have heard this argument that, well, the government approved our operating system, and therefore, if there's a problem with it, we don't have to deal with it because the government approved it. Or if they make us change it, it was their mistake. So I hope that's not what I hear from you. And
That's not at all what you
Chris,
hear.
what I'm hopeful for from your operation is an ongoing commitment to keep working at this until you get it done, going through the close relationship that you're finding yourself having with this local government until such time that it's done. Because code enforcement wasn't just 2 guys with an axe to grind. Right behind that, there were complaints, and there have been conversations from neighbors saying we're going to file blah 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 and all that stuff, which Dean says isn't the issue. The issue is, are you going to comply with the rules?
Yes.
Yes, we are, and like I said, even when they're right for a renewal, and we didn't agree with what they had to say, we were standing there. We're like, it doesn't. We're standing right here too. It doesn't smell. We took it and decided to act as if it did. And from that point, there's been no NOV from that, there's been no charge from that, there's been nothing that came from that. We went back inside the building and said, all right, man, if there's still a hint out there, if Rich Fern says that we still have 1% to deal with, how do we do it? And we ended up rerouting all of the air in the building. We ended up committing to a bunch of new resources. We ended up doing new construction. And it was all stuff that we couldn't afford. We spent money that we do not have in order to handle this. And if it comes up again a month from now, then we'll do that again. We don't want to be the stinky kid in class. We want to be good neighbors, and we don't want to have this issue. At some point, we're going to get to the point where we've done everything that is possible, short of knocking the building down. But if we think that there's something that we can do and we think that it might be us, then we'll do it again. We've taken it seriously from day one.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft, you're in the queue.
Yeah, just another couple of quick questions. Jane, what's the status of the special land use permit that goes along with this?
Well, the special land use permit was approved. I mean, and actually, I didn't even do the special land use permit. Dane hired me after that fact. That was approved back in 2016? Yes. 2016. So.
And it hasn't come, but we bring those back up at an ad hoc basis when we need
my understanding, and Mandy could probably correct me if I'm wrong, but you bring up the marijuana, business, muni business license, and then if you're not in compliance with all of the conditions in the special land use permit, that's how it could affect you negatively upon renewal.
And is lack of land use enforcement or code enforcement violations part of that?
Yes, and so it's lack of certification from land use enforcement. So not necessarily the violations parts, which I think Dean was getting to, is, hey, these violations have been adjudicated, fines have been paid, yada, yada. But it's the fact that they still feel there's a condition that land use still feels there's a condition that hasn't been met. And so they have not given their certification to this license.
If we pass this now, you're not going to be in operation because they're still going to be holding for that certification, whatever that 1% means.
I don't think that's exactly how it works unless I'm misunderstanding the process.
No, well, that's why I asked. So tell me, so if we pass it as is.
If you pass it as is, I'm not sure what it will do because Section 5 says this is a transfer of ownership and not a renewal of licensing. But if you pass it as is, assuming that Section 5 is corrected, then they would have 60 days to get land uses certification. And the issue for us is it's kind of scary to rely on something and hope that something will certify you when...
Let me put it another way. What are you asking us to do to keep...
I'm asking you to remove your protests, and I'm asking you to renew this license, and I'm asking you to accept the good faith answers of these fine gentlemen that they're going to continue to work towards conformance and work with code enforcement.
Say I were willing to do that. What's my ability to check in 6 months or a year that these have been resolved?
Well, we could, well, we have to be renewed every year, but he says 6 months.
That's why I asked about the land use, because we could say to the state, forget about it. We're going to deal with this under land use and pull it back up in any time we want.
Yeah, so you could do that with the special. No, you can't, Chris? No?
It's got nothing to do with the state.
Well, I think what you're saying is right, Mr. Croft. I think that you could pull it back up because you guys always have the authority over the special land use permits, and if we're not following the conditions in the special land use permit, you can always bring it back up for a public hearing to come and answer to this body.
This is a resolution stating its protest to the state, and we could say, never mind, state, go ahead and issue it. We're not protesting.
Exactly.
And continue to monitor you under our land use powers.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Eric. Can you get in the queue, Mandy, or do you not have a button? Okay. Mandy is flagging me. Mandy, would you like to speak a little bit?
Yes, through the chair, I kind of want to do a little bit of a clarification. So we do have full authority over the municipal license, which that's what this document is for, is to renew the municipal license as well as to send a non-objection to the state for the renewal of the state license. So it's kind of similar to the liquor licenses in that we do send that notice to the state that there is either an objection, a protest, or a non-objection to one of the state licenses, but we have the additional layer of the muni license. So you can bring the muni license back before you anytime you want.
And that's, Mr. Chairman, is I think, given the confusion on this, the possibility of interaction with another facility, and the fact that, as Mr. Gates said, that we really should be doing this on renewal, I'd like to tell the state, go ahead, we don't have a protest, and then continue to consider using our land use powers, separate from this resolution, to bring it back up in 6 months and say, what have you done?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I feel like we're entering discussion here a little bit. So, Ms. Nambasi, if you have a question for the testifiers, please ask it. Otherwise, I'd like us to move into discussion, then we can have this discussion amongst ourselves and with Ms. Honest. Ms. Domboski?
That's exactly what I was going to ask you to do.
Okay.
Wrap it up.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you for your time.
yes, thank you. Would anyone else?
Did Fred want to ask? Did you want to ask anybody? Okay, go ahead.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this license? Any other public testimony regarding this protest? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Public testimony is now closed.
Move
What is
to
the will of the
approve.
body?
Second.
Okay.
And I'd like to stay in the queue, please.
Yeah, we'll start with Ms. Domboski, and then we'll go to Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. Just to do a technical amendment here real quick so we get this handled. In Section 5, line 30, I'd like to change the word transfer to renewal. And that's a motion.
Okay. Moved by Ms. Domboski, seconded by Mr. Peterson. It's an amendment to, is it line 29?
Nope, it's line 30.
Line 30. Change transfer to renewal.
Mhm.
I'm going to ask Ms. Honest about that. Is that appropriate?
She's the one who told me to do it.
Perfect. You should lead with that next time.
I should, I know. You have no
Okay.
faith in me.
Well, good. Any other discussion on this? Mr. Weddleton, are you?
No, I'll talk about some other change amendment.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on that amendment.
I have a second amendment, too.
We all have the second amendment, Ms. Domboski.
I'd go ahead with Ms. Domboski.
So is
Yes.
that unanimous? Yes?
What's that? Yeah. Okay. So we've passed the first one then. by
Okay,
unanimous
and my second one, in order to, well, I'll say it. I move to change Section 2, line 16 from 60 days to 90 days.
Second.
And if I could speak to it.
Yes, please do.
Clearly, the standard here is the law is very clear. You're not supposed to smell marijuana from the lot line. It's just that clear. So if code enforcement goes out tomorrow and they cite them, they clearly have a problem. If they go out tomorrow and they clear them, then they don't have a problem. But we did hear, even one of our own colleagues here say he was there recently within the last week, and he smelled a marijuana odor. It's not too, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, hey, you have 3 months, and if in 3 months they don't have any violations, I think that's probably a good indicator they don't have a problem. But I suspect, knowing Jana, they'll be very proactive with code enforcement. I think this is just a reasonable thing. And frankly, if they have a problem, they can come back to this body and say, hey, let's readdress this before 3 months is up. There's no reason they can't do that. But I think it's just considering the numerous, a significant number of issues with odor at this particular location. I think it's a reasonable, and I don't think it's punitive. I think it gives them an extra chance just to make sure they're in compliance with the law. It's not about changing standards. It's not about what kind of system they were told to put in or not. They're simply being told you must comply with the law. Everybody else has to do it. You can't have odor at your property line. That's it. It's really non-negotiable. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Any discussion, Mr. Weddleton, discussion on her amendment?
No, I have another amendment.
Okay. Any other discussion on Ms. Domboski's amendment to change the period from 60 days to 90 days? Okay, this is a more substantive amendment, so I'm going to ask people to actually vote on it. Madam Clerk, can we have a vote on that amendment? That amendment passes unanimously. Okay, so we're now back to the main motion, although Mr. Weddleton, it sounds like you have an amendment.
Well, I do. Excuse me, and this would be Section 1, line 13, add to the end of that sentence that fines have been paid. So it would say municipal clerk's office has received certification from land use enforcement that fines have been paid. I'd be happy to talk about it if I get a second. You got a second? Second. Thank you. Maybe I'm very more gentle on this, but what I've read when I read the history of their operation, they've been cited for odor, they've been fined for it, they paid their fines, they put in documents in front of us show $11,500 in improvements. They've told us they've done another $22,000 more recently. This isn't a case of people refusing an inspection, marijuana out on the street, outside their operation or anything. These are people who are very actively working to fix this problem, clearly in earnest, shown by the amount of money that they spent here. They paid their fines. So to kind of double up on them and say, and we're not going to renew it, or we're going to put pressure on that renewal, when they've really been acting in very good faith, I'd like to give them another year. They've been working on it, and I think they'll get there. So this basically kind of gives them a pass, because I think they paid the fines, but it's like they paid their penalty, and now if code enforcement continues to hit them and they got more odor, they will continue to have notices of violations with penalties, and they'll pay those penalties till they get it fixed. And this will be hopefully not their history forever, but I hate to hit them with a double whammy by threatening their license when they've acted in good faith.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, question for you. If we were to change our standards so that a smell violation could be cured, an ongoing smell violation could be cured just by paying the fee, does that create a precedent that says we really don't have the power to stop people from having smells cross their property line? I think what this effectively does is says smell doesn't really matter, pay your $500 and call it good.
I think Mr. Gates is ready to answer.
I wouldn't necessarily say that smell doesn't matter. I think you can consider, for example, the good faith of the operator in trying to address the problem, not just by paying the fine, but by investing in equipment, trying to address the odor. I mean, obviously, this is a new area in code enforcement across the nation, trying to regulate the smell. So I would hesitate to say odor doesn't matter, because it certainly does. We've written a lot about its code. I would say that, you do need to consider totality of the circumstances as to what's happening. If you have an operator that just pays the fines, doesn't do anything, continues with odor complaints ongoing, I mean, obviously that's a different situation that you have before you when you look at the totality of the circumstances. I'm not sure if that really answered your question.
It's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I think what Mr. Weddleton is doing in this amendment accomplishes much of what I wanted to accomplish, and I think and I support it. Odor does matter, and it's a condition, or it's a source of a violation, and they're going to continue to have that issue until they solve it, and they're 99%, whatever that means. But we have the ability, when renewing, to look at what Mr. Gates said, the conflicting nature of the evidence on it, the good faith efforts to solve it, and some question that at least I still have about the source. That is, a lot of the things about a marijuana license, you can say, you have to have done this thing or not thing. Smelling marijuana at a lot line can have other sources. And so it has to mean, if it means anything, that it came from that facility. And it probably did, but at least there's some evidence to question that. So telling them you're still going to have to deal with code enforcement as this goes on. We retain both of our other powers to protest in a year or to bring up your special land use permit at any time. There's a lot of hooks still in this, but we're not having somebody lose their operation when they've clearly done a lot to try and address this issue. So I support it.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Dombosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make my comments brief because we're coming up on 11 o'clock, so we'll need a motion to extend here in just a little bit. But, I'm inclined to go with Mr. Weddleton on this one, and it's not because I don't think they need to comply with the law, because I think they do, and now you've piqued my interest, so I will be driving by. But it comes down to this. You guys haven't had a violation since, February, March timeframe? So, January? Thank you for that clarification. So again, I have no doubt that Mr. Constant smelt what he smelt, and he can determine where it's coming from. So if you guys have a violation next week, there's nothing stopping any one of us assembly members bringing your license back for review and adding conditions. So I'm telling you, I'll go along with this to get this moving, because I do think you guys are trying to do everything you possibly can to mitigate the situation. But, you know, you have to know everybody's looking, and it's in your best interest to make sure you're compliant with the law. So, Mr. Weddleton, I will support you in this one, because I think it's rational, and I think we have so many other mechanisms that we can reevaluate if we continuously getting these smell violations from this particular operator.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. I'm going to ask Mr. Croft to speak first before Mr. Peterson.
I move we extend till 11:15.
So we've moved and seconded to extend the meeting until 11:15 p.m. Any objection to that? Seeing no objection, the meeting has been extended. All right, Mr. Peterson, we're still talking about Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Right, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm in favor of Mr. Weddleton's amendment, and I also agree with the statements that Mr. Croft just presented. There's definitely some reasonable doubt that's been created as to where the smell is coming from. Is it from another licensed facility, an illegal grow somewhere? So I agree with Mr. Weddleton, and I'm going to be voting in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Well, I'm happy to go along, but I believe there will be a notice of violation coming, because they said on the day they came out to do their licensure inspection, they had a smell of marijuana outside the property. So it's not that it ended in January. It's just a technical matter. So I'm happy to support the continuing of this conversation, however we take it.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I just want to ask a really quick question of Mandy, just so I understand what we're doing here. So we're going to amend Section 1, so we won't be entering a protest to the state because they've already paid their fine. But that doesn't impact, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't impact the fact that we'll be seeing it again in 90 days, right, because of the amendment we've already done in Section 2 and going forward? Or does this resolve it?
So the way this is written, it would protest the renewal of the state license as well as protest, so it's a conditional protest of the municipal license as well. You can choose to change that and have a non-objection to the renewal of the state license. How you guys wanted it was having power over the license itself, so that's why we have the dual license. So if they don't have the municipal license, they can't operate. So the state getting notice from us whether there's a protest or a non-objection is kind of a courtesy, because they have that same 60-day deadline for the marijuana licenses that they do for the liquor licenses. There's a 60-day period for protest for local governing bodies. So we are sending the notice to them, but you have the authority over the municipal license, which would control the outcome ultimately.
So I think the short answer then is yes.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Right.
So
I appreciate the explanation. I just, to be clear, it's not like we're giving them a full year, even if we pass this as amended. We're going to see this again in 90 days for the municipal portion of the license.
Right, right. And so what you could do is waive your objection to the renewal of the state license and then just deal with the municipal license if you'd like to do that.
Which I believe is what will happen if Mr. Weddleton's amendment passes. And now back to me. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton to speak.
Okay, well, I want to clarify that. I think with the changes we made and the, we haven't voted on my amendment yet, have we?
No.
But assuming that passes, this becomes a protest, and then once you have verified that Section 1 has been satisfied as amended, then you have the authority to lift the protest. So we don't have to change any other words in here. This is pretty typical. We go for it, it's a protest, but tomorrow morning Mandy finds out that fines have been paid, and she tells AMCO, all right, we're good.
Okay.
Whatever vernacular she chooses.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I see a huddle of lawyers over there, a clutch, a pride, a school, a gaggle.
Can we call the question, please? This is just
Yes.
on the amendment.
Yeah, of course. Okay, yeah, let's, and no more discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment. Let's vote on the amendment. A murder of lawyers. That passes unanimously. And so we're back to the main motion as amended. Any discussion? Mr. Croft, for example?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
Should we stall till the lawyers are?
Ms. Wynn Pearson, you want to get in the queue if there's a relevant conversation happening over there?
Certainly. Do you just want me to summarize?
Yes, please.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. Through the chair, we were just talking about the fact that if the will of the body is to remove the protest to the state license, there are a number of small tweaks that will have to be made throughout the document. So procedurally, to make sure that you pass something that is clean, we were just talking about how if you elect to go back to the bag ban discussion tonight, it may be, we may want to table a final vote on this and we can prepare an actual floor amendment that makes those changes. Otherwise, it may be wise to continue to this particular matter until the next meeting in August and we can present a clean document. I just would be reluctant to present something that is that contains smaller errors.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson. Ms. Domboski, you're in the queue.
Thank you through the chair. Ms. Wynn Pearson, effectively, if we put a condition on here that is a protest, that the clerk's office can verify this condition has been met, effectively the protest is non-existent anymore. So the clerk's office can determine that. Like the fee's been paid, we're good to go. All conditions have been met.
Through the chair, certainly. If the condition is whether or not the fees have been paid and the fees have been paid, and the clerk can verify that, then the protest would be lifted and the license would be continued.
So we don't have to do anything else to this document. We could just pass it. As soon as they pay their fees, Mandy can verify it, and that's done.
Certainly.
Okay, see, we're getting to the same place. We don't have to do anything else. So let's vote on it.
There's a motion then, so it's all
Yep, no, I just, okay, yeah, let's do it. All right, any other discussion on this? Not seeing any. Let's vote on this license as amended. All right, that passes 10-1. All right, we are now on, I think we are now back because Q is done. So we are now back to 14K2, the S version, and we have Mr. Constant's amendment in front of us. It was already moved and seconded. And we are now discussing Mr. Constant's amendment to the S version of the bag ban. Any discussion on Mr. Constant's amendment? Mr. Constant.
I'll let Mr. Weddleton go.
Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, where is this? Full ban. I think this is overreaching. I mean, it sounds, certainly it's motivating, inspiring, and great leadership in the movement to ban plastic from the world, and feels good that way, but I think it's way more than what we need in Anchorage. We've got several other alternatives to discuss that I think are more focused on Anchorage issues. Thanks.
Ms. Tafts.
Yeah, I just want to express my support for this amendment. I think that it's clear that with like cloth reusable bags with paper bags, and especially if we pass the other amendment, which I think was Mr. Weddleton's amendment allowing for the use of these compostable plastic bags, that there are plenty of alternatives to just using thicker plastic bags, which if they're used improperly, like they're just used as single-use plastic bags, are going to have a worse impact on the environment. So I would support this.
Oh, there you go. Mr. Croft. Yeah, I would say that, we're obviously not going to get through all the amendments tonight. I think that I am inclined to vote against this amendment at this point. If we were to go through a lot of Mr. Weddleton's amendments and see which ones passes and which ones don't, that might actually alter my view on this, because he has one, for example, to allow biodegradable bags. And I was also persuaded by Mr. Constant over the last 2 weeks that the fee would accomplish a lot of what we're seeking to do. So at this point of the night, at this point of the discussion, I'm not willing to vote for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Now recognize you, Mr. Croft.
Having listened to the student representative and the chairman, I think the student representative had the better argument there. That we have alternatives, we have amendments to consider even more, and I do not want it to go from a certain thin bag to a slightly thicker bag and have that be the solution. That isn't the purpose. I do think the compostable one, I'm very much in favor of when we get there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with our youth member that I believe if we're going to vote to ban plastic bags, let's do it all at once. If we're going to adjust people's behavior, let's go to get them used to using a nice, beautiful green bag like this that can be reused hundreds or maybe thousands of times. And so I'm going to be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? Mr. Constant.
Yep. Thank you, everybody, for contemplating this. It's been quite an interesting topic. I spent a lot of time hearing from the community, and I know this is kind of the core kernel of the question of what we're doing. And I say be visionary and be bold, and it may not solve the world's problems, but it's a micro step, like 1.25 mils of a millimeter thick of a step towards where we need to be going, and let's do it. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar again.
I'm sorry to double dip, but we introduced a number of amendments at 2 work sessions. We were able to discuss a number of those amendments. We had people testify to those amendments. We talked about things like the different kinds of bags and the different mills and the expense of those different kind of bags. We read a number of articles on this, and at no point was this amendment before us. And it is a fairly radical change introduced fairly late in the game that I am not comfortable voting for yet. And beyond that, Mr. Constant and I have had good conversations, as have many of us, about the impacts on the poorest members of our society and the way that they are using some of these bags. And I thought that the amendment that you and I are co-sponsoring and the amendment that John has proposed, Mr. Wetlands proposed, that caps the fee at 50 cents, resolve some of those things. But if we ban all of the bags, then it just strikes me that then there's only a 10 cents available for the tote bags, but I just can't envision that the stores are going to be giving out tote bags and that kind of with that kind of regularity. So I'm not comfortable voting on it now, and we're coming up on the end of this discussion anyway. I feel like we're going to have another work session, and we're going to have to vote on a number of things on the 28th, but I'm not comfortable voting for this amendment tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'll recognize Mr. Perman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This looks like my only opportunity to talk about this because when this meeting is over, I'm gone. Mr. Dunbar is correct. We know that there are other amendments on the table here. There'll be one for 125, one for 225, one for 4. We've had presentations on those. My own sense is I've had time to think about those since those presentations, and I do not see the sense of replacing a flimsy 0.6 bag with a 4 mil bag. That doesn't make any sense at all. Here they are. Remember these from the work session?
Mr. Chair, point of order. I'd like to make a motion to extend 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to moving? Yep. All right.
This is a 2.25 mil bag.
Hold on, Ira. There's a motion now. I'm sorry to interrupt. We'll come back to you. There's a motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes.
Do we mean by 10 minutes from 11:15
Yes.
or 10 minutes from now?
10 minutes
Mr.
from
Chair,
11.
is that a debatable motion? I forget.
It's a good question. Does anyone know?
Just do it.
There's a filibuster going on here.
I played this game before,
I
Mr.
see what's
Constant.
going on.
I can come up with all kinds of questions.
Is it debatable?
No, I really do have a comment. That's why I want to see if it's debatable.
The clerk believes we can debate this motion. So is there discussion on this motion to extend? Ms. Nabosky.
I have it. I think Chair Dunbar has made a compelling argument. You know, when we start talking about this, this has been floated out in the public for a long time about the potential of 4 mills, 2.25, the potential of paper, you know, all these different things. This is a pretty significant change to the intent that we've telegraphed throughout the community. So I don't think it hurts, frankly, to work through it. Again, this kind of goes back to public process and participation of the public. What's the rush? I mean, if you're going to do it right, do it right. If you want to rush it, I urge a no vote on extension. It gives us time to kind of evaluate it and telegraph to the people what we're actually considering. I mean, Devon's back there right now. I bet she's going to write in there. They're thinking about an all-out ban. That will get people talking.
Thank you, Ms. Nabosky. Is there any other discussion on the motion to extend? And the queue has gotten kind of messed up, so I'm just looking at hands now. Okay. No other discussion on the motion to extend. Please vote on the motion to extend until 11:25. That motion passes. We are now extended till 11.
Takes an 8.
Oh. All right. We are not extended. So we have about 1 minute left.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, Mr. Constant.
I look forward to our third work session on this topic, and the lobbyists may win.
Well, the supporters filibustered their own ordinance tonight. So, okay. Let's see here.
We're adjourned with
Madam Clerk, are we, do we have time for, we don't have time for comments from the public?
Meeting is over.
This will be extended till the meeting of the 28th. We're adjourned.